All right, so welcome to the second game of Forbidden Stars of Forbidden Stars of the second tournament. So over here in the bottom right corner, playing as yellow, we have Cheetofons, if that's how you pronounce it, playing as the Space Marines, and then directly to his left you have Telagos. Oh, wow, what just happened? Huh, it just seems like as if maybe there's a bit of a reset. Okay, well, let me just do the introduction yet again. Okay, so starting off in the bottom right corner, we have Cheetofons playing as the Eldar, and then to his very left, we have Telagos playing as Chaos. So over here, I don't think the die has necessarily been rolled just yet, so we're just going to have to wait and see who's going to be the first player. And yeah, so in the meanwhile, you could probably just like get just chillax, get some drinks, and then maybe just come back after a moment or two. So let's take a look and see how the die roll goes. Now, that being said, I'm not exactly sure how the how the die roll mechanics will necessarily work in this case. I think according to the to the tournament and to the basic tournament rules, there are you just select a number. Each player selects one half of the d20, and then we just basically see how it goes from there. Okay, so Telagos begins by rolling a 5, and then Cheetofons rolls an 18. So it seems like as if Cheetofons is going to be going first as the Eldar, which is definitely somewhat more preferable than if Eldar goes second. I mean, based upon what other high level players have told me, the playing Eldar second has definitely it's a bit of a rough matchup. Although it's definitely a bit of a rough matchup. Although Chaos definitely does have some late game tools that can help them combat Eldar later on, especially this combat upgrade, Death and Despair. So, without further ado, let's just take a look and see how the map deployment is going to go. So over here, we've got... Let's take a look. Alright, so over here, Eldar have these sets of systems. Okay, so it seems like as if Eldar are going for a somewhat standard deployment. They're just deploying by picking up a planet with diagonally opposite void spaces. Okay, so let's take a look and see where the objective is placed. Okay, now this is definitely a pretty interesting objective placement. I mean, normally as first player, I usually prefer to place my objectives my objective on the planet that doesn't contain any material at all, because the problem is when your opponent conquers the planet containing the objective itself, that generates both an income swing and a victory point swing. And if you've ever played any type of game that has any sharp edges, then you'll definitely know that losing on both fronts is probably not the best idea. But let's take a look and see how the other map deployments will go. Hopefully hopefully there's a method to his madness. Okay, so then now we have Chaos doing a map deployment, and let's take a look and see how he's going to place it. Okay, so he's placing an objective token on the 3 skull spot, and let's take a look and see. Oh, and there's a Chaos Marine right next to the Eldar Aspect Warrior. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, all right. This is definitely looking like as if it might be in Chaos's advantage at this current moment, although we just have to take a look and see how the rest of the map deployment is going. I'm just a little bit skeptical of placing only one Aspect Warrior on just such a vulnerable planet that can be taken over by a chunky Chaos Space Marine, but who knows? Maybe Eldar might surprise us a bit and let's take might surprise us a bit. So yeah, let's just wait and take a look and see what's going on. Alrighty then. So for the second map tile, Eldar is deploying using his home system, and and over here you can basically see that he's creating a double void space, which can definitely confer an advantage towards the race or the faction that has a ship advantage. And as you can see, by having these 2 void spaces over here, Eldar can very easily create a safe buffer zone. So that does appear to be what Eldar is going for here, although again I do question the placement of 2 Chaos objectives on double material rolls, but it seems like as if he's probably going to Eldar is probably going to fortify this tile reasonably well. Okay, so let's take a look and see what else he deploys. Now, one comment about the map. Now, one of the things that you'll notice, especially if you're new to this game, is one way in which a lot of first players tend to mitigate the first player disadvantage in this game. And yes, believe it or not, there is a first player disadvantage because of the way the order token stacking system works. Is as first player, I see this deployment pattern of deploying along the line and placing your factory on the second tile usually is one way to at least have a more macro-oriented game, particularly when your late game is stronger than that of your opponent. And over here, this seems like a relatively solid position, although even now, I'm still questioning the placement of the objective token on a 2 material planet. But I guess we'll have to take a look and see if this deployment pattern may in fact be valid or not. So yeah, let's just take a look and then see what Chaos is about to do. Now, Chaos looks like as if he's going to set with the map using his home system as his second map deployment. So let's take a look and see which side he's gonna go for. Okay, so he's placing it in the middle, which is something that is generally expected when your opponent opens factory second as the first player. So let's take a look and see what's going to happen. It seems like as if what Chaos is trying to do is that Chaos is probably trying to create more ground connections and ground bridges to prevent Eldar from gaining a completely overwhelming advantage. But then let's just take a look and see how Chaos will orient the tile. Okay, so that seems to be the final set orientation. the Chaos players placing the Eldar objective token on the 1 material 4 pop space. And let's take a look and see what's going. Oh, it's a factory middle opener. Well, this definitely seems like an interesting deployment. I mean, for me personally, I'm honestly a little bit skeptical of deploying my factory near the center of the map, because the problem is your opponent can basically flank your order deployment tokens from either the left or the right, and that can definitely lead to some major tempo swings if done incorrectly. However, there is also a possibility that maybe the factory in the middle build hasn't really been explored fully. So I guess we'll have to take a look and see what's going on, although this can be a bit of a scuffed deployment, especially if Eldar decides to place their third tile right on the top right corner over here. Because when you have a top right corner over here, then what ends up happening is you have a safe space for the order token stacking. So just for reference, for those of you who don't really know how order stacking works and where you can place your order tokens, you can place your order tokens on any space that you control and any space orthogonally adjacent to a space you control. But over here, if Eldar decides to place their third tile right over here, then Eldar is going to get free reign along this part over here in his home roll. So, yeah, I guess we'll definitely have to take a look and see what Eldar is about to do. I mean, usually if you're going if you want to deploy for just a straight up macro game, you usually just deploy here. You usually form like an L-shaped, like a map shape where you have several L shapes, but it seems like as if Eldar is going for a different map deployment, and maybe in this case, it seems like as if Eldar is trying to threaten the first objective. Oh no, he's actually threatening both objectives. He's threatening this system over here and this system over here. Yeah, it's basically sort of like as I expected. I mean, this is a little bit of a dangerous deployment, because again, if you put your factory in the center, you can get flanked very easily, whereas in this case, yeah, so far it doesn't really look like as if Chaos's initial map deployment was all that Chaos's initial map deployment was a little bit questionable, to say the very least, because having a factory in the middle is just enables you to it just opens up vulnerabilities from both flanks. But let's take a look and see how this game goes. Maybe either player might throw us some unexpected surprises. So yeah, let's take a look and see how the Warp Storm deployment goes. So then, because Telagos, as playing as Chaos, is going last, he is placing his Warp Storm first, and it seems like as if Telagos is trying to cut off Eldar from this position in the very beginning. And just have to take a look and see what Cheetophons does. I mean, I guess based upon this position, I'm wondering if maybe Telagos may probably place a Warp Storm over here, or maybe even a Warp Storm over here. Although it seems like... But yeah, let's just take a look and see where he's going. Oh, yeah, and there we go. He's placing the Warp Storm right in the... where is he going to place it? Where is he going to place it? Let's take a look. I'm going to bet that he's going to place it somewhere in the middle of the map. Although, I guess the biggest issue with placing a Warp Storm in the middle of the map is that Chaos can basically respond by using order token stacking. But again, this is a bit of a questionable position for Chaos, because the problem is assuming Cheeto Fonts plays correctly, Cheeto Fonts will be able to place the last order token on top of any order token stack that he chooses, and there is a possibility that Cheeto Fonts might in fact just end the game very rapidly by just placing an advanced order token on onto tile 12A, which in that case he'll be able to get the first advance, and if he gets the first advance, then he'll be able to take over the factory in one fell swoop, and that would just basically disrupt the rest of any type of order tokens beneath. And unfortunately, yeah, I'm not so sure about this deployment for Chaos. Chaos is just this deployment is just really it's just extremely questionable. I mean, whenever I see good players, whenever I see other high level games, especially high level 2-player games, most high level players will usually place their factories along one of the four corners just to avoid, just so they can at least avoid an early knockout victory or avoid multiple forcing moves. But the issue is when you have a factory in the middle of the map, it generates a lot of uncomfortable situations where you have to think about forcing moves or whatnot. So let's take a look. Okay, so it seems like as if Cheeto Fonts is just cutting off Chaos completely. So maybe having that order token on the 2 material spot was partly justified, although I probably would have, if it was up to me, I probably would have placed it on the planet. Okay, so it looks like as if Eldar is opening up with a Dominate on round 1, and hold on, let me just get the round track, and then just move it a little bit closer, and yeah, so it looks like as if Eldar is opening up with a Dominate on round 1, and so yeah, let's just wait along and see what Telegos does. See where he's going up to. So normally in the beginning of the game, many players will generally open up with a Dominate simply because getting that economic engine running it's usually better than not getting that economic engine than remaining relatively stagnant. I mean, there are definitely some scenarios where I would probably pick an advanced order token over a Dominate, especially if my opponent is in a relatively vulnerable position. But usually a lot of players in Forbidden Stars will usually open up with their quote-unquote safer moves, and sometimes they'll probably consider saving up their advanced order tokens for to counter those of their opponents, right? So, yeah, it seems like as if Telegos is going for sorry, my bad. Eldar is going for a relatively safe opener with a Dominate order, and who knows, maybe Eldar might be able to jump and teleport some Wraithguard, potentially, which are Eldar level 1 units, onto the rest of the map. So let's take a look and see what Telegos does as Chaos. Curious to see what he does. Okay, so Telegos appears as if he looks like as if he's probably deciding between either strategize or advance so far, but it doesn't really seem like as if there's much. So yeah, let's take a look and see which one he goes for. Maybe he probably goes for an entirely different opening. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Thinking. Okay, so it appears that Telegos is going for a strategize, but let's take a look and see where the strategize is being placed. Okay, so he's basically placing a strategize in the bottom left sequestered region of the map, so yeah, it's basically how strategize normally works. Most of the time, whenever people play play a strategize, they'll usually place it in a sequestered corner of the map or in a place where most people are not likely to cover it up with an order token. So, yeah, okay, so now we're back to Eldar, and let's take a look and see what they're going to do next. I mean, I'm speculating, or I'm definitely betting that Eldar might probably do, is probably going to do a push towards the other central tile, because it just seems like as if it just seems too good to pass up on, right? I mean, there are multiple ways that Eldar could possibly take over the other central tile without necessarily compromising this position too much. The Eldar could probably just capture the objective token right immediately. Although it just seems like it's the most viable strategy, at least if Eldar just wants to go for an early knockout victory, is just to simply place an advanced token on the as his final order token, as his fourth order token on top of any stack that could be in the central token. But let's take a look and see what Eldar is planning on doing. Okay, so Eldar is planning on opening up with a deploy, is planning on placing a deploy. So, see what he builds. Could it be a city? And now it is back to chaos. Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what chaos can really do to mitigate this type of positioning. It just doesn't really seem it's yeah, I honestly, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a very strong chance that this could just be a very fast game, although I could very much be wrong. Okay, so it seems like as if Chaos is opening with a Dominate, and then there's a potential of Chaos maybe jumping to this system tile over here, but I just don't really see too many options in that case. Okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is placing, what is it? Eldar is placing a strategized token in the top right corner, but I'm just not exactly sure why Eldar would want to do that. It seems a little bit, seems a bit like a scuffed play. Okay, so in fact, Eldar does in fact place an advanced order token on top of the token. Oh, wait. Okay. So this is actually my bad. This is my bad. So actually, as it turns out, Eldar, I have to retract some of my statements. Eldar is in fact first player. So what ends up, so the thing is, Chaos actually does have the reactive advantage in this particular scenario. So Eldar is opening up with a deploy, and let's take a look and see what Eldar wishes to do. So let's take a look. So then Eldar is opening up with a city first. And then they're opening up. Well, let's take a look and see what they're getting next. Then now it's on to Chaos. So then Chaos then responds with a Dominate order, collecting a cash token, probably 2 cash tokens, because of the wild icon, and normally most players will go with a cash token, but it seems like as if Chaos is planning on going for a reinforcement instead. Okay, so now we take a look at Eldar. Eldar chooses Strategize. The problem is Eldar does not actually have any units in that sector, so then Eldar is just going to place a unit on top. Wait. Hold on. Just wait one moment. Please wait. Hold on. Guys. There's an important rules infraction. There's an important rules infraction that you have to keep in mind. If you don't have any units in the system in which you're strategizing, you can't.
I know. It's
okay, all right, that's good. Okay.
I'm not contesting. It's just this one is on me.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so with that rules clarification, with that potential rules violation out of the way, we now resume to the game, and it seems like as if Cheeto Fonts is just placing a strategize just to get an event deck, event token, although it seems a little inefficient. I'm not exactly sure if that's the best possible decision. I mean, if I wanted to strategize, I probably would have placed it maybe in this top left corner as opposed to this corner over here, simply because simply because, well, at least you have the opportunity to strategize, and usually strategizing across multiple rounds is crucial for ensuring that your combat deck stays up to date. I mean, if you guys like to, I mean, just as a brief interlude, I remember one time I was actually playing as one of the expansion factions. My opponent attacked me with 6 ships total, but then I was able to wipe them out using only 2 of my own ships, simply because I had a level 3 combat upgrade, whereas my opponent's combat deck was not very well upgraded. So yeah, let's take a look and see what Chaos does now. So Chaos is using a deploy, and I'm going to assume that Chaos will definitely be... Let's take a look and see what the split is. The problem is Eldar is capable of threatening either the objective or the factory, so it seems like as if no matter which way Chaos slices and dices it, one of them will probably give. But let's take a look. I'm not gonna be too pessimistic about Chaos so far, should I? Okay, so it appears that Chaos is just simply placing 3 cultists and a bastion on... Oh no, it's a cultist and a bastion on the objective, whereas he's placing the other 2 cultists on the factory. But still, regardless, even though Chaos definitely had the second mover advantage, I still think putting a factory in the middle of the map is still rather questionable, because the problem is when you have a system that can be attacked on 2 fronts, you're forced to spread out your resources, whereas your opponent can possibly concentrate their units into a death ball and then take out either one of them, in which you take out either one. So, but let's take a look and see what Eldar does in turn. So then Eldar appears to... let's take a look. There's a possibility that Eldar might probably just go for a Dominate order at this point, because once when the Eldar picks the... Okay, yeah, it looks like as if Eldar is picking Dominate. And then okay, yes, indeed, Eldar is picking Dominate. Eldar is going to teleport his unit right across the Wraithguard, right across to the opposite corner of the map. And then seems like Eldar is will be picking up a cash token and a... Let's see what the next token is going to be. It's going to be either one of those 4. It's going to be one of those 3 for sure. Take a look. And another cash token. Alrighty then, so... yeah, it definitely looks like his Cheeto Fonts definitely has the upper hand in this scenario. I mean, I just don't really see much confidence. I mean, based upon the order tokens, I'm not exactly sure with Chaos. Okay, well, it seems like as if maybe Chaos does have a good counter move, so then Chaos decides to make a counter move against Eldar by contesting the objective over here. And again, this is one of the reasons why I honestly thought that maybe placing the Chaos objective on the Four Skull planet would have been the better option. Because over here, the thing is, like, over here, Chaos has to traverse at least one void space minimum, and given that Eldar has a relatively large advantage in fleets in space combat, it would have been a much more defensible position. And on top of that, you're not necessarily losing. Your opponent won't be double dipping if you lose it. Alright, so on to the battle. So then over here, Chaos rolls 3 dice with 2 bolt guns and 1 shield, and then Eldar rolls 1 shield and 1 morale. It doesn't really look like as if it's shaping up... Oh no, oh wait, what's going on? Is there a technical difficulty or something? Okay, alright, so it seems like as if Chaos is just correcting the dice. Alright, so let's take a look and see what Chaos plays. So then Chaos is considering between these 5 combat cards, Khorne's Rage, Foul Worship, Impure Zeal, and Leer of Chaos, whereas Eldar has one of each of his starting combat cards. So let's take a look and see what goes on. Alright, so it appears Eldar is considering striking Scorpions, whereas Chaos is looking at the other cards, although I'm not exactly sure what he would necessarily play at this point. I mean, given that Chaos has 2 Balkans, and given that Eldar Aspect Warriors basically die to a Gentle Breeze, I think maybe I can definitely see Corn's Rage being a reasonably good play. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look as usual. Alrighty then. So, okay, so it looks like as if Chaos is probably taking it is probably going to be playing it a little bit more conservatively. And Eldar, on the other hand, is perhaps considering on making another conservative play, although I kind of feel like as if in this case I probably would have just gone for Corn's Rage, because there really isn't much that Eldar can do to necessarily kill the Chaos Marine with the hand. But yeah, because the thing is, like, even if Eldar plays hit and run, the Eldar would basically have 3 bolt guns to the 1 defense of Chaos, and then because Chaos Space Marines have 3 health each, Chaos would still win, and then Chaos would still be able to get rid of the Eldar Aspect Warrior. So yeah, but let's take a look and see what Eldar chooses. Now keep in mind that Eldar is also the defender, so while Howling Banshees might have been a decent card if Eldar were attacking, it's probably not. Yeah, I don't really see too many outs for Eldar. I mean, but let's just take a look and see see what happens anyhow. So it seems like as if Eldar is gonna be picking between these 5 cards, and let's see what he's going with. This is taking. Let's take a look. I mean, I guess if I was playing Eldar at this point, I would probably just play Ranger Support, because if I know my opponent is very likely to kill my Aspect Warrior, I might as well just live to fight another day. Like, one common mistake that I notice a lot of people make whenever they're playing any type of war game related game has a lot to do with not knowing when to cut their losses. So Chaos reveals a Foul Worship, gains a die, and gets a defense, but because he doesn't have any Cultist or Iconoclast, he doesn't gain any additional combat icons. So now it is Eldar's turn to reveal. So then Eldar reveals a hit and run. So he gains 3 guns total, but the problem is it's just 3 guns against his 3 shields, so he's basically dead. And unfortunately, as I said earlier, Eldar Aspect Warriors fighting against the Eldar Aspect Warriors with a Chaos Space Marine it's overdose. It's basically just like crushing a twig. It's basically like crushing a twig using a sledgehammer. It's really. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait, there's a rules infraction. Wait. There's a rules infraction. Hold on. Just wait one moment, guys. Guys, there's a rules infraction. So I just wanted to point out that Foul Worship, he basically got 2 bolt guns, and then you only have 1 shield, so the Eldar. Oh, no, wait, you spent the morale die. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, okay, sorry, that was yet another rules mistake. Hold on, just wait one moment. Okay, I really apologize about that. That was definitely another rules mistake. So it definitely looks like as if Eldar is probably just trying to cut his losses, but then again, I honestly really feel like as if placing the order token, placing the objective token on the 2 material space was a poor strategic decision on Eldar's part, because again, double dipping, right? You don't want your opponent to double dip if possible. Okay, so then Eldar is responding in turn with an advance order, and let's take a look and see which position he'll attack. Maybe he'll go for the factory, maybe he'll go for the bastion. I mean, if I were Eldar, I would probably just go for the factory, because capturing your factory at especially early on, can basically be considered an informal win condition, because when you capture the factory, it can be very difficult it can be a little bit tricky to retake it. Now, in this case, I don't think all hope is lost for Chaos, and I do think that maybe Tzeentch is on Chaos's side, right? Because in the next round, there is a possibility for maybe Chaos to make a counter move against Eldar by placing his order token on top. But oh no, wait, but the problem is Chaos is first next turn, so Eldar would still have a strong reactive advantage. So yeah, I'm honestly not exactly sure if... So it seems like as if at the very least right now, Eldar definitely is in a better strategic position compared to Chaos. I mean, Eldar's factories and Eldar's important economic buildings are tucked safely by an entire stream of voids. Okay, but it seems like as if Eldar is going straight for the objective. So Eldar will be rolling 6 dice against Chaos's 3, and let's take a look and see what happens. All right, now it's time to do some dice chucking. Okay, let's take a look and see what Eldar does. Alright, so then Eldar rolls, 2 morale, 3 guns, and 1 bulk, and 1 defense. Not exactly the best die composition at this point. Let's take a look and see what the card draws are. Okay, wow, Command of the Autarch. It's got 2 commands, 1 Ranger support, and 1 Howling Banshee, and 1 Striking Scorpion. Let's take a look at this. Well, I mean, I guess he could probably... I mean, maybe rolling all those additional morale may not necessarily be a bad thing, given that Eldar has definitely drawn plenty of morale booster effects, right? And Eldar can also probably throw in a Striking Scorpion just as additional backup, right? So just as additional backup, and yeah, striking Scorpions definitely looks like a safe play. Whereas Ranger support, I'm not exactly sure. It seems like as if the one temporary bulk gun and the 1 defense may not really matter so much because of the Bastion's 2 hit points. I mean, so just as a bit of an aside. Oh, okay, well, I'll probably talk about the aside when the combat is chosen. Well, you know what, let's just go for it. Okay, so Chaos has already chosen their combat card, which is an Impure Zeal, so that's probably going to cause some problems for Eldar if Eldar does not respond in kind. Okay, so Eldar is picking Howling Banshees. Eldar gains 1 gun, 1 permanent, 1 icon on the card, and let's see what the die roll is. Okay, and then Eldar gains a defense. Now let's take a look and see if Eldar wants to proc the secondary ability. So it looks like as if Eldar will in fact proc the secondary ability and force one of his units to retreat, to rout. Okay, that was definitely a good call. And then Chaos responds in kind with Impure Zeal. Now, Chaos does not have more leadership dice compared to Eldar, so they won't be able to proc the first one. Now, the second one, I'm pretty sure Eldar would just simply give him the 1 bulk gun. I mean, 2 bulk guns versus 2 defense isn't going to be doing much. But 3 bulk guns versus... Oh, no, wait. Actually, 3 bulk guns versus 2 defense will, in fact, inflict 1 point of damage. But who knows? There's a possibility that maybe Eldar might probably assign on the Wraithguard, which is exactly as I suspect, because Command of the Autarch will allow him to rally the Autarch again. But the problem is, 4 bolt guns against 3 shields. Well, geez, that tanky Bastion. Geez, well, I suppose that like Chaos is just going to tank it on the Bastion. So no losses on Chaos's side. Okay, so right now, Eldar is going for a Command of the Autarch, exactly as anticipated, whereas Chaos... now Chaos definitely has a pretty interesting choice. I mean, he could go for a Dark Faith, gain some leadership, and possibly get a... No, actually he can't really get a Cultist. There's... One is not a bigger number than one, so seems. But he might consider going for a Dark Faith anyways, just to get the morale boost and possibly win using morale. Okay, so then now we're gonna go to combat card resolution. So then obviously, well, it seems like as if clearly Eldar would definitely rally the Wraithguard at this point. And now let's see what combat card the Eldar is going to play. I mean, I would probably pick Ranger Support if it was me, and yeah, it seems like as if maybe he's going for a Ranger Support, and not the Striking Scorpions. Yeah, I would probably leave Striking Scorpions as my third option, so he does indeed play a Ranger Support for the combat icons, and then now Chaos is going to reveal his face-down card, and it is going to be a Dark Faith. Now, obviously, he will take the 1 morale die, but then he can't proc the secondary ability because, again, 1 is just not a larger number than 1. That's just not how math works, kids. So, let's take a look. See what happens now. And then now we move on to the third combat round. Let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, this definitely looks like a very morale-based. Yeah, it looks like a morale race for sure. So, Chaos has already picked Impure Zeal, which deals an additional bolt gun. But I mean, it's just that the thing is compared to the other cards, the other 2 cards, I think Impure Zeal is probably just the best among relatively suboptimal options. So Eldar is using Command of the Autarch to gain yet another leadership die, and then Eldar is using Striking Scorpions to gain the other defense icon to possibly buffer against any potential spike in offense. So Chaos reveals Impure Zeal does not have more morale than Eldar does, so he's not going to get the rally, and on top of that, he gains 1 bolt gun. So let's take a look at the combat totals. So then Chaos right now has 2, 4, 6 morale, whereas Eldar has a total of 6, 7, 8, 9 morale. So Eldar would in fact win based upon morale victory. Oh, wait. Hold on, let's take a look and see if there's another... Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Another rules infraction. I gotta handle this. Okay, I just noticed another rules infraction. Whenever you're retreating, you have to retreat to a friendly area first before retreating to any uncontrolled...
We chatted about that, we weren't sure, so...
Sorry, could you repeat that?
We weren't sure. So,
Master
right.
Yan, can you hear us talking?
Yeah, I can hear you guys talking. I'm in the same chat room as you guys.
All right. Thanks for the Eagle Watch.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? I should probably get someone else on board who actually knows the rules like the back of his hand, so he could probably handle any potential rules infractions while I focus strictly on the casting. Okay.
No, but it's thanks for stepping in.
You're welcome. Okay, wow. So, okay, so this has definitely been shaping up to a pretty eventful round 1. We've got 3 potential rules infractions, and with one of them being an actual rules infraction, and two non-trivial battles this turn. So then at the end of the combat, it seems like as if Eldar is, yeah, I mean, regardless, even though there was in fact a strategic, even though they still strongly disagree with the initial placement of the objective token, it definitely seems like as if Eldar still has the upper hand strategically speaking. Although I do suspect that it probably has to do with the fact that Chaos has made an even worse strategic mistake than Eldar has at the very beginning. So yeah, okay, so we're going to take a look at the income phase, and it seems like as if an Eldar does in fact have a total of 4 material, whereas Chaos is generating a total of 6 material, as indicated by their icons. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there's a very good reason why a lot of relatively high level players prefer to put their objectives on the material poor planets as opposed to concentrating them all at once. I mean, I guess there are definitely some instances where putting an objective on a 2 skull planet might definitely be worth it, especially if you have a large die advantage against the other faction, but usually it's better just to place it elsewhere. Okay, so it looks like as if Eldar is getting Farsight as their scheme, and they're moving the Warp Storm from... and they're basically choosing that Warp Storm. Now, if we take a look at Chaos, Chaos still has to resolve a Warp Storm. Oh man, if Chaos had its Strategize token, that would have been such a good tactic card. So then there are basically only 2 options. You can either move it here or here, but I'm going to assume that Chaos is very likely to maybe move it over here. But who knows, maybe Chaos might have some long-term Zinchi shenanigans, which might warrant moving the Warp Storm over there. But I'm placing my bets on this place over here. So let's take a look and see where Chaos is going to move the Warp Storm. Oh, hold on. There's probably yet another minor rules infraction I have to discuss. I really don't like doing this, but I probably have to do this again. Okay. Alright, so I have to step in yet again. Now, in this case, this doesn't really matter, but the thing is, whenever you resolve a tactic card, especially if you have a strategize order... Now, first of all, my question is, did you have any order tokens on top of your event card to begin with?
Yes, he had. He had a strategize that he did not.
That he didn't resolve.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is a rules infraction that is actually important in some cases. So whenever you resolve, resolve an event card, you always have to resolve the Warp Storm movement first before resolving the tactic.
Okay.
So
It
does actually matter in a couple of edge cases. In this case, it probably doesn't really matter, but I just want to let you know ahead of time because this is a tournament after all.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. It's we're going to be better after this game.
Yeah, you know what? I think we should probably just get an enforcer for the rules. I think.
Yes, I don't mind Telagos. I hope you don't mind. I think it's very interesting to get.
Okay, alright, so again, my finicky nature has created a couple of interruptions, but hopefully, I mean, the thing is, I just had to point out that that Warp Storm movement is something that has to occur first before anything else, does, right? So... You know what? I think that maybe for future rounds, especially particularly during the semifinals or for any more important matches, I will definitely message the person who runs the tournament and see if we could get a rules enforcer or a judge. So in that case, I don't have to do this constant hopping back and forth between different chats in order to do so. I mean, I guess I could probably use the space bar, but even then, I think that having somebody who watches over the tournament as a judge would probably just make things run more smoothly for all parties involved, you know? So I can focus mostly on the casting. Alright, so the second round has commenced with Chaos being the first player. And I don't know, I'm still very skeptical of Chaos's position because Eldar at this point can just simply place an advanced order token on the top center tile, and then just crush the 3 measly little cultists with his Eldar army. Yeah, I was about to make a terrible analogy, but I stopped myself from doing that at the very last moment. Okay, but let's take a look and see what the overall situation here is. So Eldar has Farsight, which allows him to discard the scheme and place all of his units into combat and place them on any one friendly area. So I guess that basically allows him to just push in and pull out, no dirty pun intended. So let's take a look and see if maybe this scheme might have anything to do with that. Alright, so let's take a look. Wonder what I would personally do as Chaos. I guess maybe if I... Well, I mean, I guess the thing is, to Chaos's credit, Chaos does have an economic advantage at this point, so there could be a sequence of plays that Chaos could do in order to maybe somehow leverage that advantage. I know that one thing that I like to do if I want to slow down the game is I like to Bastion camp using a strong army with a strong set of units because, well, because let's face it, almost nobody purchased the level 2 Bastion bombing upgrade, and being able to Bastion camp is just a really nice way to give your opponent the middle finger, even when that happened to me, I think, twice in one of the games that I played as Tau. And the worst part is, all of my objectives were both had both Bastions and were on the opposite side of the map. And for those of you who don't know, the Tau are a faction with only 2 ships of each type, so it's a little... So yeah, that game was definitely infuriating, to say the very least, especially considering my poor strategic mobility and the fact that Tau are just not good at pitch battles. But they're an expansion faction, and for this tournament, we're mostly going to be focusing on the base... Where contestants are allowed to play only the base factions. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Chaos is doing. So Chaos definitely seems like as if he wants to open up with a Dominate, and then let's take a look and see where the Dominate is going to be. I mean, at this point, I'm not exactly sure. Well, okay, well, I guess I probably should have known where the Dominate was going to be. It's probably definitely going to be on this this above curve planet, you know? I mean, any type of planet that gives you a cash token with any asset token of another choice is just really powerful. I'm looking at you, Eldar, right here. So, yeah, okay, so Chaos has placed his first order token, and let's take a look and see what Eldar is planning on doing. So Eldar appears to so Eldar is definitely going for a strategize, but hopefully he won't make the misplay of not having enough money or placing it in an area where he can't proc the strategize. Alright, so then now back to Mr. Chaos. Let's take a look and see where Chaos is planning on doing. Let's take a look. So he has the first mover disadvantage in a lot of ways, and unfortunately, yeah, honestly, the thing is, I really do think that maybe on round 2, if Eldar plays his order tokens correctly, I really do think that Eldar could possibly just end the game by just taking over the factory. At this point, and then assuming that Eldar plays rationally and knows how to lock out the rest of the game, you could probably just do that. I mean, sometimes you can just simply win the game. I mean, here's the thing. I think one of the things that a lot of people don't really recognize about games, especially games with singular win conditions or games with a very explicitly win condition, is there's a lot of informal, implicit win conditions that many players fail to take into consideration, right? I mean, if I'm generating 10 material a turn and then you're generating only 3 material and I've taken over your factory, there's no way in hell you're capturing your second objective unless if you actually have really good positioning. Okay, so back to the game at hand. Chaos's second order is a strategize, and Eldar's second order appears to be yet another deploy because, well, it's good to just keep developing those pieces, am I right? Okay, so this is actually a little bit dangerous right here. So then Chaos is doing a triple stack, but the thing is, because Eldar is controlling the bottom center corner, Eldar could very well just place an order token on top of this, and then even if Eldar doesn't necessarily get to resolve the order token, he can just simply... It can create such a massive tempo loss or a tempo swing in favor of Eldar. But let's take a look and see what Eldar is planning on doing. Maybe Eldar is just probably going to... Yeah, okay, so it definitely looks like as if Eldar is planning on doing an advanced order and taking his second objective. I mean... So, yeah, okay, well, it seems like as if maybe that's just how the game is going to go, right? I mean, if it was up to me personally, I sometimes play a little bit more... No, actually, I play a lot more indirectly than a lot of players in certain cases, because for me, I'd much rather have a 95% chance of winning over 4 turns than an 80% chance of winning over 1 turn. So let's take a look and see what Chaos is doing. So obviously, Chaos is planning on doing a deploy over there, but it seems like as if Eldar is smushing it. Okay, so it definitely does appear that Eldar is probably just going for some sort of econ crush strategy where they're simply trying to take over the most important places and then just gradually accumulating one strategic or one economic advantage at a time. Okay, so then Chaos is opening up with a city on the 1-pop planet, and Eldar in turn responds with a deploy, purchasing... Well, he's got a lot of cash tokens. I mean, it's always common sense just to spend them, right? Let's see what Eldar is planning on building. Okay, so Eldar is building some ships as expected of Eldar because choking every single voids, because look, here's the thing. I mean, okay, well, it seems like... Okay, so it seems like this Eldar is probably doing a mixed build between a Hellbore frigate and maybe some ground forces. I mean, I guess you kind of need ground forces to take over planets after all, but let's take a look and see what else Eldar is planning on doing. He only has a build cap of 3, so it appears to be the case that Eldar is building just those 2. A Wraithguard and a Frigate, which is definitely something that I would see. And then Chaos is now choosing a strategize order. And let's take a look and see what Chaos plans on doing. So Chaos is... Oh god, no, please don't pick From the Warp. That card is just... Oh, it's flaming hot garbage. In fact, it's actually worse than garbage because you could just use the 2 material for house anywhere. But okay, so Chaos is picking Dread Ritual, but honestly, I kind of feel like as if at this point, it's probably not going to make too much of a difference because, well, you can't really have a Dread Ritual without any cultists, you know? I mean, Chaos Gods aren't going to look favorably to that. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Telegos, playing as Chaos, is wanting to do. So he's basically getting... Alright, so let's take a look and see what type of cards he's doing. Okay, so he's getting rid of Lyre of Chaos, while picking... or maybe is it Mark of... Oh, he's getting Khorne's Rage. He's substituting Khorne's Rage with Mark of Tzeentch, which is definitely... That's definitely a very interesting strategize order. I mean, I personally haven't really done that type of build in a while. I usually, I mean, I guess it's just that in a 2-player game, I don't really like skewing too far in terms of defense, but in terms of defense and morale, because it makes your play patterns ridiculously predictable, but who knows? Maybe this build might actually not be a bad idea. I mean, okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is doing another strategize, and he's picking Tactical Strikes, which is definitely a fair choice. I mean, the level 0 combat, the level 0 bombardment upgrades are more or less kind of just like, well, it's a freebie card. I might as well take it, right? I mean, the might not give me too much benefit for most of the game, but it doesn't really come at a downside, unlike nudge, nudge, wink, wink from the warp, which is just, seriously, that's just absolute garbage. D tier. Okay, so Eldar has replaced Howling Banshees with Wraithguard Defense, with Wraithguard, oh, hold on, let me just take a look and see what that card is, with Wraithguard Support. And honestly, again, it seems like as if a lot of players like to build their decks a little bit too conservatively. I don't necessarily agree with this notion all the time, because you have to keep in mind that having offense is still low-key morale, and the thing is, if I know that your cards are mostly morale or defense based, then I could probably just play around that, and then maybe just send in a large army elsewhere, and then just guarantee a victory by that. Because if you're not going to hit me with all those shields in your deck, then I could just probably morale race, right? So that's definitely one thing that I've noticed for sure. Okay, so it looks like as if Eldar is going for, well, I mean, the thing is, if Eldar has moved a Hellbore frigate from one place to the next, from this sector, then according to the rules, he can only do an orbital bombardment, which appears to be what he's planning on doing. And he shoots and he scores, and then Chaos, he loses the Chaos Space Marine. Okay, this is definitely shaping up. Okay, it seems like as if maybe Eldar is probably taking a cautious approach in this game by doing that. Oh, and he does yet another advance. I wonder what's it going to be. Oh, yeah, of course, you should definitely take the factory. Okay, so it seems like as if my initial predictions were in fact correct. It seems like as if what Eldar is probably aiming for is just going for a straight-up strategic crush, because, again, as I've mentioned earlier, why take a 65% chance of winning now when you can just defer that and then just win and then just have a 100% chance of winning even 2 or 3 turns down the line. Now, of course, this probably seems like as if it's a pretty short situation. Now, okay, so on to the battle. Eldar has rolled 4 guns, 1 defense, and 1 morale, whereas Chaos has rolled only 1 bulk gun and 2 defense. Now, yeah, you see, this is what I mean by being way too conservative. I mean, Eldar already have Ranger support striking Scorpions, and so it just seems like as if getting rid of Howling Banshees is probably not the best idea. I mean, to be perfectly honest, if I was Eldar, I probably would have picked Wraithguard Advance, but again, I think I'll probably just cast the battle and see if it goes on for too long, and then see where it goes. Well, I mean, I guess to be perfectly honest, well, you know what, while they're taking their turns, I probably would have picked Wraithguard Advance, because one of the other top players, Ku, mentions that Wraithguard Advance is a ridiculously good counter pick against Mark of Tzeentch, because Mark of Tzeentch is contingent on having morale dice, but being able to quash morale dice with this ability over here allows you to gain the upper edge. I know that so yeah, alright, so let's take a look and see what what each one picks. So then Eldar opens up with the Striking Scorpions, gaining 1 die, and then forcing his opponent to maybe lose 1 die of his choice. I mean, I guess this isn't really a bad move. I mean, if you have a lot of bulk guns, then actually playing defense may not necessarily be a bad option. And then Chaos is getting rolling 1 defense die, and now Chaos is 4 defense, but because Eldar does not have 1 routed unit, that doesn't go through. So Eldar is dealing a total of 5 damage to Chaos's 4 defense, so then he has to route 1 cultist, and then Foul Worship is a do-nothing card. Again, this is one of the reasons why I usually really hate skewing towards defense and morale, because it just makes your play patterns way too predictable. And if I know that that you have a lot of defense, then I can just counter build very easily. So I mean, there are probably some cases when doing maybe a skew defense build may be more viable, especially when your opponent is skewing towards offense. But I think as an opening move, skewing defense is usually it's it's very easily countered by people who know what they're doing. So on to the second combat round. Eldar chooses Striking Scorpions, whereas Chaos is getting Leer of Chaos. So then Striking Scorpions rolls him another defense die, and then he has to remove. Wait. Oh, fuck. Not another rules infraction. Okay, so I probably have to go over here again. Again, okay, this is actually kind of getting out of hand. Did you lose the die, or are you about to lose the die?
Oh, he lost the die again because of Striking Scorpions a second time.
Okay, cool. Okay.
We're narrating exactly what we're doing as we do it.
All right, good. Okay. Okay, so it seems like as if so I guess my paranoia loses me yet again. So let's take a look and see what happens. So then Chaos obviously does Diddly Squat, whereas oh no, wait, I think he's probably choosing what type of defense. It's probably it's probably just doing some combat math. I mean, in this case, 2 defense icons is obviously just strictly better than 2 offense icons because there's no way in heck that you're gonna penetrate through 2 defense. Oh no, wait. He choose to route one of his units. Oh wait, he's just resolving the first half, and then the second. But still, my statement still stands for the second half. For the second half, he's just much better off getting. Defense is just strictly better. So yeah, alrighty then. So let's take a look and see what happens now. Okay, let's take a look and see what Eldar has. I think in this case, opening up with a hit and run may actually be not a bad idea, especially considering how Eldar has a sizable Vulcan advantage against Chaos. So let's take a look and see what the next combat card is. Well, I guess while we're doing that, I guess I might as well just continue my rant with choosing Wraithguard Advance. Usually, whenever you're strategizing second, I generally prefer picking a card that basically counters what my opponent has picked. So if my opponent has picked a morale upgrade, I would probably just pick an offense upgrade, and I might even consider skewing offense. If my opponent has picked an offense upgrade, I would basically pick defense, and if my opponent picks defense, I would probably pick morale. But, well, let's take a look and see what happens now. So Chaos has laid down a Leer of Chaos, and Eldar is still deciding among the 3 remaining cards. So let's take a look and see which one of the 3 will pick. Okay, so he is in fact picking a hit and run, and he's probably gonna do 2 bolt guns. He's gonna get 2 bolt guns from hit and run. So as of now, he's dealing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minus 3. So that's basically 5 points of damage. That's gonna be quite a bit. But let's take a look and see what Leer of Chaos does. Well, that's an interesting decision. I'm not exactly sure if I would have retreated the Eldar, because there is a potential of having another Leer of Chaos, and I really do think that at this point, it's probably much better just to have a guaranteed takeover of the factory as opposed to getting too greedy and retreating the Aspect Warrior just to claim an additional material. So, with Leer of Chaos, it does appear... Well, I mean, the thing is, I do think that Eldar knows that Chaos knows, that Eldar knows, that he's probably gonna that Chaos is probably going to pick 2 defense icons because again, 2 bolt guns just aren't going to do diddly against an entire row of shields by Eldar. So let's take a look and see what Chaos decides. So, okay, so it looks like as if Eldar is planning on just routing an Aspect Warrior, and then now Red appears to want 2 defense icons. I mean, 2 defense icons will cancel out with these ones over here, but then at the end of the day, Eldar is still dealing 7 damage to 3, is still basically dealing 4 damage, so he's gonna slaughter them all. But I guess maybe Chaos might, but then again, Chaos will actually win surprisingly based off of morale. So again, I really do feel like as if maybe retreating that Aspect Warrior was just a really bad misplay. You should have just at least, like, again, when you're ahead, you just don't take any unnecessary risks. If Eldar hadn't retreated the Aspect Warrior, Eldar would have won based on morale alone. But then because Cultists and Wraithguard have the same morale stats, as you can see on the respective faction sheets, Chaos just wins by morale, you see? So, oh, well, but I guess the problem is, like, even if you did have the Aspect Warrior, the Chaos probably still would have won based on morale tiebreakers, but since morale tiebreakers go on and are calculated in favor of the defender. Okay, so that was a little bit of an unexpected twist. I mean, I thought that Eldar would just simply ram in with six would just chuck in with 6 dice and then utterly demolish Chaos, but again, I kind of feel like as if maybe Chaos, I really do feel like as if maybe Eldar probably should have just forced the situation by getting more offense cards. I mean, that's just how it goes. And then now Chaos has an opportunity to rebuild with the city, and now with the city. Oh, but the problem is, it seems like as if what Chaos is probably planning on doing is Chaos will probably purchase a cultist using the cash token, and then maybe get a Chaos Space Marine using Dread Rituals, bringing up his total dice count to 5 in that one area. Yeah, this seems a little bit, yeah, I think this is definitely a bit of a throw for Eldar. I mean, Eldar definitely could have won the battle if Eldar had chosen more aggressive upgrades. And the other thing I'd also like to mention about offense is that you actually have, offense builds are actually pretty viable, especially if you have a larger quantity of high health totals, right? I mean, 4 health is pretty massive, especially for a level 1 unit. So if he had gotten more guns, then he probably could have used maybe like Fire Dragon's Vengeance or Wraithguard's Advance, route some guys, and hey, you know, who cares if Wraithguard get routed? You could probably just unroute it again with Command of the Autarch. But it seems a little bit scuffed. Okay, so it looks like as if Chaos is going for an Iconoclast Destroyer, and he's going to be using Dread Ritual to possibly, going to assume they're probably going to build a Chaos Space Marine, although the 3rd Iconoclast is definitely semi-plausible choice. But we're just gonna have to take a look and see. Hold on, let me just take a look at some of the combat upgrades. Yes, Wraithguard Advance would have probably been the better upgrade choice at that point, but I mean, I'm only the caster, I'm not playing the game, but I comment on it. So there we go. Okay, so then now that end of round has been calculated, has come around, Eldar is gaining 5 material, whereas Chaos is still gaining 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 material. So Chaos is having at least isn't falling too far behind in material, which is not too bad, which is certainly not, which certainly at least puts him still in the game. Okay, so Chaos has gotten seduced by Chaos, and he's going to have to move to Warp Storm. He's going to have to move one of these Warp Storms horizontally. Let's see which one he does. Seems like a somewhat obvious pick. And Eldar, on the other hand, appears to see what the magical RNG's deck does. Oh, he's going to get Vicious Rage, which allows him to... which is basically an orbital combat upgrade buff. I mean, the only thing he can do is just move it over here. That's really the only move that he has. So, seems like as if that's about it. Oh, by the way, Dennis Warhammer, is it okay if you could just maybe turn on noise suppression or anything of that sort? I want to make sure that that my cast doesn't get any interference. Oh, okay. Or muting your mic would also work. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now on to round 3. Okay, so there have definitely been some upsets every now and then, and definitely I guess maybe this game was not as straightforward as I had initially anticipated in many ways. It seems like as if the Chaos probably has the capacity to do a comeback using the cultists over here, but wait, that's pretty surprising. I'm actually kind of surprised that Chaos didn't consider building a Chaos Space Marine. I mean, considering that you could build a Chaos Space Marine and then replace a cultist, I still consider that an almost strictly better upgrade, but oh well, I guess we'll have to take a look and see what happens now. Okay, so it looks like as if Chaos is probably considering a deploy order over here, but deploy where? Well, I guess maybe it's pretty obvious as to where he wants to deploy. So, Chaos is placing... Well, it looks like as if Chaos is thinking at this point. Alright, well, I guess while we're at it, we could probably take a look at we could probably just do a bit of board reading. So, again... This is one of the reasons why I just don't like putting factories in the center, in any of the center spaces, because it's easy to be in a position where you have to make too many forcing moves, and for those of you who don't understand, who don't know the terminology, a forcing move is just basically any type of move that you quote unquote have to take in lest the other moves be even worse, right? So again, I think factory center is usually just a bad option overall, unless if you have a firm control over the center. I mean, I guess if Eldar has a factory in this place, he'll be able to develop units more readily into the front line. But I mean, but Eldar has that super annoying dominate teleport ability, so it doesn't really seem like as if... So additional factories are usually pretty irrelevant for Eldar. So Eldar is going for a dominate on the very bottom of his starting sector. Chaos spawns using a dominate order again in that area. Who would have thought? Now it's time for Eldar to go yet again. Looks like as if Eldar might be going... I mean, I guess if I were Eldar, I would probably just find... Well, I guess the window of opportunity is a little bit broken at this point. It's been shattered to at least a couple of fragments by Chaos's unexpected upset over here. So we'll have to take a look and see what Eldar does. I mean, I guess if I were Eldar, I could possibly consider maybe making a city over here and then just try to win the game via economic dominance. That's definitely one potential avenue I see for Eldar at this point. It can definitely start adding up as the turns go by, right? Because a lot of players, because level 2 combat upgrades are pretty scary to play against, especially against a lower combat deck. And one of the things that I like to do, especially when the opportunity affords me based upon the board positioning, I like to place my strategize order token as my first one, so that will resolve later. And then I also like to use a deploy order next in order to build a second city. When I've built my second city, I then subsequently reveal my strategize order to purchase a level 4 combat upgrade. Sorry, a level 2 combat upgrade while replacing one of the starting cards. I mean, the global buff that you get from doing that is absolutely it can be pretty scary at times, and it also forces your opponent to make other forcing moves as well. So one of the things that I like to do is that if I have really good map positioning, I definitely like considering on maybe purchasing some more cities and then maybe just getting some advantage based upon tech alone, because combat cards in this game are, well, you shouldn't underestimate the power of combat cards. Let's just say many a player who has crossed my path has definitely learned that the hard way. So yeah, so let's take a look and see what Chaos does. So Chaos definitely looks like as if they're planning on maybe doing an advance in some way, but seriously, this Bastion over here has definitely created more problems than normal. So Eldar is planning on doing a deploy, and he's probably going to do that deploy dominate loop, which allows him to just ferry his units all the way across the map. So, but again, I can't really blame Eldar for this. I mean, it's of course, like, why wouldn't you do that? It's a really good way to just simply apply pressure to your opponent in his front lines without any while being relatively safe. I mean, I remember talking to Pharrell once, one of the top players one of the high-ranking players, and he did mention that, and he basically said that one of the minor changes that he would make to Eldar is to just swap the Forge token with the Cash token on the opposite sides of the Eldar map, and I can probably show you it right over here, because having double void spaces in front, especially when you're already dominant in ship-to-ship combat, while having one of the best starting home rolls is rather difficult to counter, to say the very least. Okay, so Eldar is probably planning on doing an advanced order, and although I'm not exactly sure if this order stacking pattern is necessarily a good pattern, because I know that whenever I go before another player, like if I come first in turn order, what normally happens is my opponent my opponent can just simply block this via daisy chaining, my daisy chaining orders, right? So the thing is, like, if it's Chaos's turn to reveal, Chaos could probably just reveal this order token first, and then thereby rendering this order completely worthless. So again, this is a little bit scuffed. Although I guess in this case, it might probably work, because first of all, this is 2-player, and the thing is, whenever you have like the double order token stacking, in which you have 2 opposing orders and then you place 1 order on top, you are in some ways implicitly gaining advantage against the player with the double order token stacking. So it looks like as if Chaos is placing an order token on top. He's placing a deploy. I'm going to assume, although maybe not the most successfully, that it's going to be a Bastion. But even if it's a Bastion, and he basically places a Bastion over here, Eldar could probably just take over this city and go there instead. Okay, so Eldar has revealed the first order token, and there is yet another combat. My goodness, this is one hell of a bloody game. so far. So it's 4 dice against 1 measly Chaos Marine. Measly Chaos Marine. Alright, let's take a look and see what the... Oh, and it's all 4 bolt guns. Well, isn't that, yeah, I think this is probably going to be pretty one-sided. Oh, okay, well, he probably made some mistake. Or maybe he didn't roll it? Oh, okay, well, he's probably just resetting it back to the 4 bolt guns. Okay, so at the start of combat, Eldar has drawn those specific cards. Now, I guess in this case, I'm going to assume that since Eldar probably wants to do double advance, they're probably... I think that the most sensible course of action is to, unironically, maybe play Striking Scorpions at this point, just to prevent any units from being routed by anything dumb. So, but let's take a look and see what they're doing. He could possibly play Ranger Support, although, because he is the attacker, I do think that playing Striking Scorpions is a somewhat better choice, especially considering how Striking Scorpions will force the Chaos Cultist to lose 1 defense die. Okay, so, Red has chosen Foul Worship, and Eldar has chosen Ranger Support, so Ranger Support just gives him 1 bolt gun and 1 defense, 1 temp offense and 1 temp defense, although Foul Worship will only gain him 1 die. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't really think there's... Okay, yeah, it's basically just game over for little Jimmy the Cultist over there. So, Jimmy the Cultist passes away in vain. No one will remember him, and no one will... I mean, he did collect a couple of material, but overall, his sacrifices were probably in vain. Okay, so now it's time for Chaos to reveal their order token and see what Chaos does. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let's take a look at this. Wait, hold on a second. This doesn't make any sense. Oh, jeez. Oh, please, don't make me have to do this again and again. This is just absolutely... Oh, man. Okay, guys, I think that there was actually another mistake. So then during the last combat that you had, I think there was... Someone played Ranger Support, you played a bolt gun. Oh, wait, okay, never mind. It's because of the scheme. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's the scheme, yeah.
Okay, alright, well, again, paranoia strikes yet again. But, I don't know. I mean, in my case, it's better just to be safer than sorry. Still, let's take a look and see what Chaos does at this point. So, Chaos has definitely... So, yeah, it seems like as if Eldar might be in a bit of a pickle. I guess maybe he didn't really anticipate that advance order, but to be perfectly honest, I think that was probably a little bit rash. I think what Eldar should have done was just reveal these 2 order tokens in sequence, and then maybe purchase even a Falcon Battle Tank. If he had purchased a Falcon Battle Tank, having 7 dice would have been absolutely amazing. And not only that, but even if one of the units become routed, then he probably has a much better chance of still contesting either the city or the objective. So, there you go. So it looks like as if Chaos is planning on doing an advance order. And again, as I've mentioned, remember kids, let me tell you this. Sometimes in life, taking no risks is just worse than taking some risk. Like if Eldar had a more balanced, didn't have such a shield-oriented combat deck, he probably could have just... I really do think it could have been Eldar's game immediately, but it seems like as if... So again, like one of the things that I tend to notice, at least in this game, is you really need to consider. I guess faction matchups definitely do matter in a lot of ways, but the thing is, you just really need to you really have to pay attention to some generic synergies and combos as well, right? I mean, offense will be defense, and that's just how it works. So, okay, so there's yet another battle. Man, you see, man, this game is pretty. It's definitely been. There's definitely been way more battles than I had anticipated in the very beginning. I mean, but who knows? It could probably just be the interaction of these two guys' play styles. You know, I mean, I myself, I tend to be more of a macro-oriented more macro-oriented player. So I don't really. So sometimes I shy away from combat until the time is right. But it seems like as if these two players like going head to head. So yeah, well, let's take a look and see what's going on. Ah, yes, more defense icons yet again. What a surprise. What a surprise. So let's take a look and see what Eldar is up to. It seems like as if based upon this position, even if I didn't have any information about Chaos's hand, I don't know, maybe striking Scorpions is probably not a horrible idea, but the problem is Eldar Aspect Warriors, they're basically the glass cannons in this game. You can, if they basically, like, one of the things that I just need to mention about Forbidden Stars is it's okay having your 1 health units on their own little lonesome, but you have to be a little bit. But the problem is, usually the best composition with 1 health units usually tends to be paired with their heavy hit point counterparts. So in that case, the glass cannons can roll you all the dice, and then your tanky level 1 units can probably just do that, and can probably just tank the damage for you. Okay, so it seems like as if Chaos is responding with is opening with a Dark Faith, granting him a morale die and further reinforcing his factory right over there. And then striking Scorpions, and then with striking Scorpions he gains 2 guns, and then now Chaos has to lose 1 die. Now, in this scenario, that one little lonesome Aspect Warrior actually does in fact kill 1 cultist, which is kind of surprising. It's just like, okay, so Jimmy tried to go for second chances, but the problem is, he got rejected as always. He's just that one loser kid that everyone likes to pick on. But so yeah, so Jimmy dies, and then now his brother Daniel, I'll call this guy Daniel over here, is the one to hold the line, but I'm not exactly sure if Daniel is probably going to be holding the line anytime soon. So let's take a look and see what Eldar does. I mean, Eldar basically has all defense. So there's a chance that maybe Daniel might avenge his brother, or at least live to see the day. Or maybe live to fight another day. Okay, so let's see what Danny is doing. So Danny is planning an Impure Zeal against... Oh, it's a good... Oh, damn, I don't know any good Gaelic names that I can pronounce, but against that Eldar warrior. So Danny flips over an Impure Zeal. He goes... Unfortunately, Jimmy, his brother, has already died, so there's not really any... So obviously, you just can't rally the dead, okay? That's just not how Chaos Space Marines necessarily work, at least with his combat cards right now. But in retaliation, but as a final act of vengeance, Daniel does have the possibility of gaining maybe just 1 bolt gun while getting... or maybe routing that Eldar guy. I mean, seriously, guys, like, if you guys know some good Gaelic names that I can pronounce that are at least somewhat pronounceable for native English speakers, please let me know. Please let me know after the game. I like to personify my contestants a little bit more, especially when it's a 1v1 battle. Okay, so it seems like as if... Wait, hold on. Is this like another... Oh, okay, good. They're correcting the rules infraction. Okay, that's good. So then they're doing... So... Okay, whatever. So Knife Ears over here is just flipping over the combat cards just keeping a good eye over over Daniel's attempt to rout him, and it seems like as if Daniel fails yet again, but Daniel just did not avenge Jimmy, and now he's basically all scatterbrained and routed. It's like, oh, all scatterbrained and routed. Okay, so then now Eldar is playing Wraithguard support, and I'm going to assume that maybe that Eldar guy is probably just going to win by morale. So yeah, let's take a look. I mean, honestly, I feel like as if at this point, maybe Leader of Chaos is probably the better option in this case. So then he plays it. So then Daniel hatches yet another scheme for Leader of Chaos. And let's see how that Eldar guy responds in kind. So let's take a look and see what he does. I mean, I'm going to assume that he's probably going to let him gain a die. Oh, right, but the problem is if he gains the die, then he has to route the unit, and given that Chaos actually has higher morale, it's probably not something that he wants. But then on the other hand, if Danny summons his second brother, probably do that. Okay, so unfortunately Danny doesn't get to proc the cultist or iconoclast over there, and as for that Eldar guy, it seems like as if he's just going to use and get more defense, and he's going to get some morale. So it seems like as if Eldar is just going to win by a wall of shield. So, okay, well, you know what? I was a little bit skeptical earlier, so maybe the shield wall morale idea is not necessarily a horrible idea, but again, it is something that can be countered relatively easily, especially if you're playing against Chaos, right? Because if you take a look at Chaos over here, they have pretty much all of their upper level combat cards give them a morale advantage in many ways. In fact, I would even argue that Mark of Slaanesh is a low-key morale booster card because you gain additional cultists, and while forcing your opponent to route one of their own units if you have more morale dice. This one gives you morale, this one gives you morale, this one basically is a low-key, gives you both defense and morale because summoning units from other places gives you morale. This one gives you morale. This one makes your opponent lose morale. So again, like I really do question the viability of a lot of a lot of defensively skewed builds against Chaos, especially considering how at least, well, I'm not going to do math on stream. At least more than half of their combat cards are literally just, oh, do you have some defense? Here, we're going to get more morale. Oh, do you have more defense? We're going to get more morale. So I honestly think that against Chaos, maybe going for an offensively skewed build might probably be a little bit more viable. At the very least, I just don't like going for a purely defensively skewed build because, again, if you just keep throwing rocks, my opponents... Don't complain when your opponent just keeps throwing paper and wins, right? But, I mean, I guess in this case, that Eldar guy has definitely held his ground against Danny, the cultist over there. So over here we have the Eldar resolving a deploy order, building some more Wraithguard. And again, to be perfectly honest, I'm actually a little bit surprised as to why the Eldar didn't resolve this stack of order tokens first, because if you had to resolve this stack of order tokens, you would have had a much larger force with which you could contest this area. But then now this definitely does seem like a misplay on the Eldar's part, especially considering how Chaos Space Marines can now build a Bastion, which, not to mention, also use Dread Ritual to basically double screw the Eldar. I mean, I guess using the advance order, the Eldar could probably put a gut. Oh, okay. Well, it seems like as if the Chaos Space Marines are definitely smart enough. But again, there is still a possibility for the Aspect Warrior to maybe take over the city, although at the same time, Telagos playing as Chaos is still still has a reinforcement token, so it doesn't seem like as if that might be happening anytime soon, but let's take a look. Oh, wait. Actually, I just realized something. Maybe this is a pretty good pro-gamer move. I actually just realized that Eldar can, in fact, use a Dominate, get maybe even a reinforcement token, jump like the cheap-ass bastards they are, all the way over here to then take over one of these cities. There's a strong chance that maybe Eldar might actually go for the city because again, another thing that you have to consider about cities is that cities basically add an additional point of vulnerability. As soon as you take over one city, you're up by one tech level. You're basically stealing tech levels from your opponent. I remember playing a game a long time ago in a galaxy far away, where I was able to take over one of my opponent's cities. After that, I was able to strategize and get a level 3 upgrade while my opponent could not build Land Raiders. So city swings are definitely pretty nasty in this game. So let's take a look and see what Eldar does. Okay, so he's definitely getting a reinforcement token, and let's see who's it's gonna be. Okay. I want to personify these Wraithguard, but I think according to 40k lore, they're like dead, aren't they? They're sort of like in a state of semi-conscious life. So, okay, well let's take a look. Let's take a look and see if which Eldar Gundam is gonna teleport and to where. I'm going to assume that he's probably just going to teleport into this space over here. There's just no reason why he shouldn't be teleporting it to that space over there. So, yeah, it seems like as if maybe Eldar is probably teleporting there. I mean, honestly, if I were playing as Eldar, I would probably just go all the way over here, and then, yeah, exactly, just as I have suspected, all the way over here, and then maybe subsequently reveal the order token to do an attack order, and then maybe take over the city. I mean, there is definitely a possibility that maybe the Chaos Space Marines might do a countercharge into the same area into the city, but he has a reasonably okay force now. So, okay. It seems like as if maybe he probably just wants to go for a bombardment instead. Okay, this is a little bit unexpected. I mean, I guess if I were the Eldar, I probably would try for the city swing, but I mean, if I suffer retaliation, that's probably not the best idea. Maybe this probably is the safer play after all. And he shoots and he scores. So therefore, yeah, no more Chaos Space Marines. Man, all these Chaos Marines and whatnot, they're just keep getting sent back to hell. So yeah, okay. So let's take a look and see what he gets. So it seems like as if Red Telegos is going for a looks like as if he's considering a Mark of Slaanesh. Okay, yeah, he's definitely getting a Mark of Slaanesh. And then let's see what upgrade he gets. Is it going to be Leer of Chaos? Is it going to be Foul Worship? Okay, yeah, it's probably going to be Leer of Chaos. That card is just... Yeah, that seems like the most reasonable upgrade. I mean, Leer of Chaos definitely has its niche uses in the beginning of the game, but then later on, I just think that Mark of Slaanesh does a far better job than what Leer of Chaos does. It's basically like, damn. An awesome analogy EXE has stopped working right now. So, okay, so it looks like as if Chaos is using a Dominate order to jump one of his slimy little cultists onto the 2 material space. So it seems like as if, well, I'm actually kind of surprised about Chaos. It seems like as if Chaos is holding on, at least, albeit by a thread at this point, because even though his economic advantage definitely seems pretty strong, I also get the impression that they're still pretty vulnerable. And keep in mind that Eldar is still threatening the most relevant spaces. And to be perfectly honest, now that Eldar is probably going to go second, there's definitely a possibility that no, actually, it's not even a possibility. It's pretty much just a certainty at this point that Eldar can just basically scooch in with 2 Wraith Guards and an Aspect Warrior and maybe take over this area. I guess maybe as a counter, you also have to take into consideration that maybe Telagos's reinforcement token might in fact be able to reinforce this area, but it doesn't seem like as if there's much. But it just doesn't really seem like as if even with that additional reinforcement token, I'm not exactly sure if this is going to stop a bunch of angry knife ears from reclaiming. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's also the Warp Storm as well. You could probably just use the Warp Storm just to screw with people and then say, you ain't doing that. You see, this is one of the reasons why sometimes I prefer going for a more economic style victory, because these annoying mofos over here can sometimes just give your opponent too many precious turns to just that one extra precious turn to recoup, right? So by not doing a swift and quick econ crush, especially when the circumstances allow it, you're basically just letting your opponent grow more than they should. And now that, yeah, honestly, if it was up to me, I probably would have stolen the city, because if you're up by 2 cities, especially when your opponent is tech 0, what can your opponent do? Oh, hey, I can build a Hellbrute, or I can build a Chaos Space Marine. It's like, okay, well, that's pretty nice. I'm glad you can roll a lot of dice. I roll lots of dice. I'm Eldar, and on top of that, I've got lots of level 2 combat upgrade cards, right? And the thing is, like, this thing over here, Wave Serpent, as soon as you get a Falcon with an Eldar Death Ball, they just basically run around the board just eating everyone up like it's no tomorrow. So again, it just seems like a pretty scuffed decision to not have gotten some tanky tanks. But again, I am the caster. I am not liable for any emotional damage caused by poor misplays on their end, so yeah, I have the best job. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Chaos is planning on doing. I should probably click this just to reset their command tokens. So yeah, it seems like as if maybe Chaos is just reading the map, and things don't really look too good for Chaos. I mean, the problem is if Chaos tries to do anything over here, it's just mathematically impossible for him to really defend this place. I mean, he could probably just send in more cultists, but I mean, let's just be honest. At this point, you're basically fighting. It's almost like as if you're fighting literal, like a freaking dragon using a wet twig, you found in some random river at this point. I just really don't think that Eldar is probably that Chaos is going to hold at this point. And I have the impression that maybe Telagos might consider calling GG at this point, because here's the thing: even if he successfully defends this place, so what? Eldar is second player, and the thing is, given that this game has a last in first out system, it's just mathematically impossible for Chaos to defend the factory. You know, I mean, once you lose the factory, and then Eldar starts screaming troops across the center of the map in just good old fashioned non-Eldar in the good old primitive fashion, in the good old military style fashion, they're just going to parade across the map, and they'll probably just take over your 2 material spots. I mean, and not only that, but Eldar still have a relatively large lead in material. But I don't know. Let's take a look and see how what they plan on doing. It seems like as if maybe they're considering on playing a little bit more, although if I was Chaos at this point, I might seriously just consider just calling GG at this point, because again, maybe this assumption just really isn't warranted all the time, but if I'm Eldar, I'm probably going to know that he's probably going to do some lockdown, some lockdown. He's probably just going to leverage his control of the planets just to gain more cities, and then once you gain more cities, you're basically screwed. In fact, if anything at all, I think one way to basically make the game even more painful for Chaos was to basically take over the city this turn, replace it with an Eldar city, and then start getting in level 3 city this turn. And then once you get 3 cities by this turn, especially considering how Eldar has 11 material, you can then use 6 material 6 material to gain to get either Hollow Field Emitter or psychic lands. So yeah, it seems like as if, but either way, I think at this point it's basically like Eldar basically has 2 options. Do you want to win in style, or do you just want to win in cold-blooded fashion? It's like at this point, heads, if you flip a coin and it lands on heads, Eldar is probably going to win. If you flip a coin and if it lands on tails, Chaos is probably going to lose. So I really don't think this is going. Yeah, I mean, according to just mathematics itself, I don't think it's going to work. But who knows? Maybe Chaos is just going to make that final last stand for Jimmy and Daniel's sake. Maybe Jimmy and Daniel's other brothers might finally work out at the end of the day, but this really is quite hopeless. It's quite mathematically. It's really quite. I actually just think that it's mathematically impossible at this point, because the thing is, keep in mind that you could also that Eldar could probably just attack this planet using 4 guys, and that would obviously just be overkill, right? But let's take a look and see what Eldar does. So it looks like as if Eldar is probably planning on doing some sort of dominate, deploy, dominate, teleport, smacking, deploy, dominate loop yet again. I mean, at this point, I don't see why. I mean, at this point, it's basically like pressing additional link buttons. So, yeah, well, let's take a look and see what Chaos does in order to go out in a blaze of glory. Maybe. I mean, whenever I lose as Chaos, I just like to think of it this way: if I win, it's all according to Tzeentch's plan. If I lose, it's all according to Tzeentch's plan, so I never truly lose at the end of the day. But that's just me being, me just denying reality and just hoping for, and just giving too much of a charitable interpretation in my way. And I guess if I lose to Eldar, you could probably just justify that. Oh well, they're a dying race anyways. But yeah. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Chaos does for his final stand. Okay, so Chaos is probably going to consider reestablishing a new base over here, but even then, at this point, it's really just, it feels like as if it's a matter of when Eldar is going to win, and not even just a matter of if Eldar is going to win. I mean, if he reestablishes a new base over here, but then Eldar does a good job at picking off the other economically important planets, then I just don't see much hope for Chaos at this point. And many of you might be saying, oh, well, Zen, why do you focus so much on economics? Well, I mean, Napoleon once said that amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics, right? And I mean, if your material income is just that bad, there's just no way in hell you're going to capture those objectives. I mean, I guess maybe he could probably attempt for one final desperate push over here, but that just seems so unlikely, especially considering how this objective token is located, requires at least two void spaces to be controlled. So there's definitely that. I mean, and again, like, even if Chaos plans on attacking, how do you? I doubt that Chaos is actually going to be actually going to be able to do very much anyways, because there's a very strong likelihood, because there is at least a possibility that maybe Eldar might consider doing a countercharge by first placing an advanced order token on top of the top center stack over here. And then when that's done, and then those cultists are basically, and then the rest of the Jimmy Bro gang dies, there's just no, I just don't think that there's any way for Chaos to really come back at this point. I mean, yeah, you can attack, but with what, 2 measly little cultists against which ones? I mean, I guess you could probably go over here and then maybe take over the factory as last revenge, but I'm going to assume that Cheeto Fonts, if that's how you pronounce his name, that Eldar is probably just going to play rationally and be able to lock down the game at this point. It seems a little bit scuffed. And what do we have here? It seems like as if it's a triple order stack. Hold on, I just want to take a look. Okay, alright, just as the game master. So it seems like as if Chaos is double stacking on Eldar. So yeah, that could work, but I mean, still, at this point, let's take a look and see what happens. Maybe Chaos might be able to pull off a good comeback. But then again, wait, you know what? I think that my last point about Chaos advance, about the Daniel Bros advancing all the way over here, is probably moot anyways, because they can't even trace a legal supply path since the Aspect Warriors blocked. So, yeah, I mean, well, don't know what you're going to really do at this point. So it seems like as if Eldar is probably just going to respond in turn using an advance order, and Chaos in turn is going to use an advance on top of that. So, and then now Eldar is using a deploy order. I mean, this makes sense. This makes sense. You might as well use the deploy order. I think Eldar is definitely making making some reasonably good decisions by doing this, and then by stacking the order tokens in this fashion, it's forcing Chaos to maybe reveal a bunch of suboptimal orders. So let's take a look and see what Chaos does. So then Chaos dominates, gets a reinforcement, and then he teleports. I'm going to assume he's probably going to jump over here. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Oh wait, actually maybe. Well, I mean, Eldar still has the possibility to deploy anyway, so hopefully he. Let's just see if Eldar makes any misplays. I really, really hope that those knife ears don't make a horrible misplay by leaving all the units, by leaving the factory sector completely undefended. But let's take a look. Please don't make bad moves. Please don't make bad moves. Please don't make bad moves. Let's take a look. Alrighty then. Yes. Okay, that literally makes 0 sense. Why the hell would you... Wait, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. He can't even access the city at this point. For him to do that, he would... Wait, this makes no sense. Why? Why? What are you doing over that? Like, if you defend over here, then your city... It's... No, this is just such a... This is a... Okay, well, seems like as if maybe the Daniel Bros will avenge, little Jimmy. Will probably avenge, Jimmy's death after all. So he's probably gonna play, yeah, I mean, obviously, why wouldn't you do that? That's definitely one thing that I would consider doing. But still, this makes very little sense, though. Why didn't you build a ship at the very least? Like, if you anticipated that the... Well, I mean, then again, I am the game master, so I do have 20/20 hindsight, so I am able to see the order tokens. But the thing is, I think at this point, if you're relatively ahead in terms of positioning, I would have just played it conservatively and just assumed that he was probably going to do a double advance anyways, and then when you lock down your opponent, and then you basically force him into trashy-ass situation, then there's not really much he can do. And keep in mind that Chaos can muster 2 reinforcements in the space combat, so even if he wants to cut off the 2 Iconoclast Destroyers. It's man. Oh, this is such a bad misplay. I mean, one of the things that you should just understand. I mean, guys, like, please, I really don't want to sound like as if I'm just preaching common sense, but when you know that this city cannot be accessed, you defend your fronts. You don't leave your fronts open and then say, "Oh, hey, here's a free factory. Come in and take my factory and screw me over." It's like at this point, you're kind of begging for a loss. This is pretty painful. But let's take a look and see what's going to happen. Maybe Eldar might possibly go and shoot up some iconoclasts. So there is that possibility. But I mean, I'm disappointed, you knife ears. You beat Daniel and Jimmy multiple times. You don't want to lose to some kid who just got beat up in high school all the time. It makes you look pretty lousy on your end. So, okay, so there is a space combat, hopefully to defend the final objective. Yeah, seriously, this doesn't make sense. Like, there's just no way that Chaos could have taken this objective by this turn. And again, that's one of the other reasons why sometimes I like talking about informal win conditions, because, again, yes, it's true that the whole objective of the game is to basically capture your objectives, but then if you can put yourself in a position where your opponent cannot capture, where it's mathematically impossible for your opponent to capture your objective, you've technically won by strategic crushing, right? But then again, I do know that some players, especially some people who are upper level or intermediate, they take this concept a little bit too far, when in fact they could have won using a series of order stacking or some tempo-based plays, So it seems like as if the best players that I've known, that I can see, they know when to pivot from one informal win con to the formal win con. But let's take a look and see how this goes. Okay, dokie. So, 2 ships versus 1 ship. Let's take a look and see what Eldar does. I wonder if Chaos is probably going to put in any reinforcements. It just seems like such an obvious thing to do. At least. Oh my goodness. I mean, even if he does, I guess even if he doesn't really use the reinforcement tokens, he could probably just use Seduce by Chaos and then just go from that point on. So it seems like as if Eldar is in fact deciding to send in 1 reinforcement token to help out with the battle, and Chaos decides to send in 2 reinforcement tokens, sends in 1 reinforcement token. Now, this is actually a minor's rules infraction, but just to prevent my OCD from getting completely out of control, I'm just gonna tell them this hopefully after the game, or maybe I should probably... Yeah, this is... You know what, man? Hold on, just 1 moment. Max, are you still here? If you're still here, would you mind joining the other room and maybe being the judge or something like that? It would be really nice if we could get someone who's knowledgeable about the rules to basically correct any rules infractions, because this is a tournament after all, and your skills as a... Well, you know what? Maybe I should probably talk about it later. I should probably just talk about it later. Let's just roll with the dice right now and pretend that never happened. I'll definitely... Well, I will have to report this anyways. Minor rules infraction.
What happened?
Okay, so the thing is, like, if you want to take a look at the rules infraction, I think the attacker is supposed to declare how many reinforcement tokens are supposed to be present at the start of the combat, and then the defender goes. But I think in this case, Eldar actually plays their reinforcement token first, and then the attacker. So you're not there's basically a reverse in that ordering, but
the attacker is Eldar.
Okay. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Thank you very much. Wow, I keep getting my Okay, well, you know what? Maybe... You know what? Still, I think we should have a judge. I think having a judge would definitely be a good idea. That's my opinion. All right, so back to the battle at hand. So on the very first turn, the Eldar played Striking Scorpions against Mark of Slaanesh, but the problem is with Mark of Slaanesh, he has more morale dice compared to the and to that of the Eldar. So it seems like he's going to get that route no matter what. And again, I know maybe some people are probably going to think I'm being an obnoxious asshole at this point, but that's one of the reasons why I keep saying Wraithguard Advance is usually one of my first picks against Chaos, because two of the Chaos combat cards, namely Mark of Slaanesh and Mark of Tzeentch, which is in his hand right over here, they're both contingent upon having more morale dice than your opponent does. So by being able to do that, you can basically by being able to get Wraithguard Advanced, you're actually accomplishing two roles. The first role is you're quashing morale dice, so you can probably still win by morale anyways. The second thing you're also doing is that it allows you to pivot over to offense. So even when you're on the defense, that offensive pivot can still cause plenty of important routes. So it's again, kids, remember, keep in mind about, so just think about the strategy. Make sure that you don't, that your teching order is also correct as well. I mean, I know that Farao is, when I talk to the other players, they basically say that the overall situation is more important than faction nuance. Although, if I had to be perfectly honest, I feel like as if it's sort of like saying that the CN Tower is taller than the Empire State Building, but the Empire State Building is still pretty freaking tall, right? So yes, I do think that while overall holistic map reading is obvious, holistic map reading and order tokens stacking is definitely much more important. I do think that faction nuance is still it's non-trivial. It's non-trivial at the very least. Okay, so let's take a look at Eldar. So an Eldar is dealing 4 guns against Chaos. And again, it seems like as if maybe Eldar is probably in for a big surprise. Okay, so it seems like as if maybe the two Iconoclast destroyers may in fact take this battle. Seems like as if maybe Eldar is seriously considering on maybe performing a retreat. Again, this is just a really bad deployment. I'm sorry, but this misplay over here is just a really bad amateur mistake. There's really no good reason why you should ever leave a factory exposed like this. I mean, one of the things that I do whenever I play Forbidden Scars is whenever I have some important macro structures, like any important economic structures, I just leave them in the front, and then I just keep whacking my opponents. And then when you keep out whacking your opponents, they're forced to deal with your death balls while capturing a city, especially when you're separated by that many void spaces, is just a laughably secondary concern. Okay, so Chaos has gotten Mark of Tzeentch, and I'm going to assume that he's probably going to shuffle some dice around. So, yeah, it seems like as if he's probably going to shuffle. Well, I mean, he's got 4 bulk guns against 3 defense, so that will cause a rout unless if he swaps another morale die into a defense die. So let's take a look and see what's going on. But there is also a possibility that maybe Chaos might swap out the morale die for an offense die. So in that case, he would be able to deal... No, actually the defense die is just strictly better. The defense die is just strictly better. So... that's strange. Well, or maybe he just wants to keep the morale as is. So let's take a look and see what he gets next. Okay, so it's going to be a Dark Faith, but of course, obviously, Eldar doesn't know that. Let's take a look and see what he does. Oh man, there were a lot of mistakes. Okay, so then now we have Ranger support. If you are attacking, gain 1 Vulcan and 1 defense, although seems kinda... you could go for morale at this point, but I mean, Chaos is Mark of Zinch. And again, this is one of the reasons why I keep saying, if you skew too much in defense, especially against a faction that has a cajillion ways to generate additional morale, then just, again, I'm not liable for any emotional damage caused by poor misplays, right? So so it seems like as if at this point... So if you take a look at the combat damage, Eldar has 3 bulk guns against Chaos's 3 shields, so the Chaos iconoclasts are in fact intact. Okay, well, this game might probably go on a little bit longer than normal. You know, I honestly thought that Eldar might, and you know what? Maybe I was wrong all along. I mean, under optimal circumstances and under rational play, Eldar should in fact be winning this, but there were just so many points in which, so many decision points in which Eldar just simply threw the game, and then it just, and well, again, your misplays. Again, it's a little bit disheartening, to be honest. Okay, so Chaos appears to be taking... Yeah, you see, I knew it all along. Eldar should have taken the second city, did a third build, and then maybe do a strategize to at least get some ridiculous combat cards. But oh man, so many missed opportunities, and then now Chaos might be the one who actually has the upper hand at this point, because, well, once when Chaos starts getting up to 2 cities, you better start watching out for, especially Chaos United. That card is basically like a low-key morale hit. And, yeah, he's getting a Hellbrood. I mean, why not? So it seems like as if, yeah, so... You know what, Danny? No, it was Jimmy. Well, it was Jimmy and Danny. Well, you know what, Jimmy and Danny? Maybe your sacrifices were not in vain after all. You might have a chance. At the very least, maybe the galaxy might just devolve into complete anarchy after all. Okay, yeah, so this really is... Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I mean, at the very least, if Eldar had placed their units over there, it would have made a lot more sense. And then now I think that Chaos is probably just going to win this. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't really see too much... this was just a complete throw. It's definitely one of the... Yeah, this has definitely been one of the most disappointing throws I've seen in quite a while. And then now the Eldar deploy and dominate orders just are a little bit more moot. I mean, there is still a possibility for Eldar to win next turn by capturing this objective, but I mean, seriously, if you're up by 1... But this objective token over here could have been so easily defended by just simply placing your 3 aspect warriors over here. You would have had a better fighting chance, or at the very least, if you had built another ship here and here, then that, or even maybe like a double ship over here, you could basically do a counterattack. You know, like one of the things that I like to do whenever I think about order token stacking is I like to think about the potentials for moves and for counter moves. But you, again, kids, like this is not some Euro game where you basically just get to sit there all day long, looking only at your side of the map, and playing multiplayer solitaire. That's just not how Forbidden Stars work. In Forbidden Stars, particularly 2-player Forbidden Stars, you have to think about what you really do have to, at the very least, consider turn order swapping. So. Yes, this has definitely been a pretty interesting game so far. I mean, it's you know what? Stay tuned for the post-game interview. I'll definitely see if I can find a way to cut the interview into two parts if people don't want to watch a post-game interview. Okay, so right now it's the event phase, and then both players have collected their material. Again, I really do feel like as if at this point, Econ, Eldar had a lot of opportunities to do some econ crushing, but they were just completely missed. So it's honestly a little bit. Again, I'm pretty flustered at seeing some major strategic misplays. Okay, but let's take a look. Maybe Eldar might have a chance to redeem himself, but I mean, it's looking a little bit dicey for Eldar right now. Okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is keeping outmaneuver as a scheme. This is definitely one of my favorite cards. It basically allows you to swap turn order if you think about it in some instances, right? Because if you're going first, then what ends up happening is, because at the very least, if you're going first, you can then at least swap your order token and then place it on top. So it basically allows you to negate the second player's order token stacking advantages by allowing you to swap it and place it on top and to become the second player. And on top of that, if you use outmaneuver on the turn your first player, then you basically get to do it again on a second turn because no other faction has the ability to use outmaneuver except for you. And of course, if you draw the card again, then you're being pretty painful. Well, it's just pretty painful. So yeah, this is definitely much more of a throw than I had anticipated, and then now it's round 5. This is definitely shaping up to be an interesting game. Okay, well, let's take a look and see what Chaos and Eldar do. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. It seems like as if maybe they've already finished order setup, so it seems like as if maybe the next thing that they gotta do is just do the order tokens. Let's take a look. Let us take a look. Alrighty then. So it seems like as if Eldar is definitely Okay, so just a turn ago I thought Chaos was in a dire situation, but I guess maybe the moral of the story is you should probably just play it out anyhow, just in case your opponent makes certain plays, you know? It's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Alright, so now Eldar is first player yet again, and oh geez, oh no, this probably might not end well for Eldar, because if Eldar is first player, then Chaos can basically do the you know what, let's come up with some, let's start establishing some nomenclature. So whenever you have an advanced token on the top of on the top of any order stack, I should probably just refer to it as an advanced smother or something of that sort, because that's basically what it is, right? So, okay, so Eldar over here are going to perform a strategize. And let's see what Chaos does in response. So Chaos. Alright, so it looks like as if Chaos is going to perform a strategize. That's an interesting place to place a strategize. I guess you probably don't want to give too much off. And then Eldar is planning on playing a strategize right over there. Okay. And then let's see what Chaos is doing in response. So it seems like as if Chaos is probably, well, okay, yeah, of course he's probably going to play that advance order token at some point or another. It just feels inevitable at this point. But I'm not exactly sure where the advanced order token might necessarily be going. Oh, okay, so he's probably going to do some sort of advanced defense, but I'm just not exactly sure how that's going to pan out, especially considering how how this spot over here just seems a little bit sparse. I mean, he might probably go for a Dread Ritual and maybe advance, and then just maybe retaliate using an advance order token, maybe using an advance over here, but still, those sound like pretty slim odds. Again, this is what happens if you focus too much on the formal win conditions, because when you focus too much on formal win conditions and you overlook any type of informal win condition that might occur, you've basically just threw the game. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it's better just to have a 95% chance of winning the game over a long run versus just throwing away those chances for a 50% chance of winning by being more aggressive. You know, like I mean, it's. Some of the upper intermediate players definitely understand this, although sometimes they might probably take it a little bit too literally, as I do sometimes, and then only go for an economic victory when I realize that my opponent actually knows how to defend against an economic victory, and then after that the whole meta just shifts again to just basically nabbing objectives, right? But the thing is, like in this case, Eldar definitely did have a lot of opportunities to go for it, but it seems like as if, but again, it seems like as if the cultists have definitely held their ground in this, have unexpectedly held their ground. So let's take a look. I mean, okay, well, I'm pretty sure we all know what's in the bottom left corner. It's definitely a strategize, because obviously that's the optimal move for Eldar at this point, right? But no, I'm pretty sure you guys know. I'm pretty sure you guys can tell that was horrible sarcasm. So, yeah, well, let's take a look and see what Chaos does next. So, Chaos does appear to be... Yes, it is in fact Chaos's turn. So, let's see where it goes. Let's see what Chaos is planning on doing. I obviously suspect that he's probably going to place an advance order token as soon as possible. I mean, that's too good to pass up on. I mean, there is obviously a possibility that maybe Chaos might probably go for a deploy order and then maybe reinforce this area and then just swarm in with a massive horde from the Eye of Terror, but there could be some other decisions. So then over here, if you take... Okay, so it seems like as if Chaos wants to do a deploy order, but they're not... But he seems a little bit hesitant. Seems just a wee bit hesitant. Okay, so that's kind of what I suspected. I did suspect that maybe Chaos might in fact do a deploy order in order to build up maybe build up a presence, and then maybe just go for a countercharge in this case. And then now Eldar are probably going for... Sorry, I hope that they don't mind this. So then now it seems like as if Eldar might also be doing the same by also going for a countercharge as well. So then now over here, Eldar has the scheme outmaneuver, and it seems like as if I was in fact correct. Yes, you can basically become a total jerkass and go second as a result of that. as a result of the order. So over here, yeah. All right, so then now it's Eldar's turn. Maybe Eldar probably might stand a chance after all. It's probably not as scuffed as you think it is. Although I do think that if Eldar wants to survive, it's probably a little bit better for Eldar to maybe reveal the Strategize Order token. Although Eldar might probably just go for the advance right now, and then force Chaos to maybe reveal the Strategize Order afterwards. But let's take a look and see what happens. So it seems like as if Eldar is in fact using a Strategize Order, and he is in fact going to... you know what? I honestly think this is probably a big misplay, because the problem is, if any of one of these order tokens were a strategized order, and, well, we all know which one is, because we are the omniscient observers, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, keep in mind that because Chaos has basically 2 cities right here in the corners of the map, whenever Eldar strategizes and upgrades their combat deck, Chaos can in turn not only pick a card to counter Eldar's pick, but pick an even larger one. So let's see what Eldar got. So it seems like as if Eldar did in fact get Wraithguard Advance. Oh my goodness! Wow, that seems a bit like 4 rounds late though. I mean, if I had to be really honest, I really would have gotten Wraithguard Advance first. But, well, I mean, I guess it's better late than never. But in this case, it was probably a wee bit too late. And then now, Chaos can probably just respond in kind by using a Strategize Order and by getting something that would counter Wraithguard Advance. Maybe Demonic Resilience. I mean, I really like this card over here, or maybe Chaos United, perhaps, but oh man, well, this is definitely turning out to be a much more interesting game than I had anticipated. But who knows? Maybe even with combat upgrades, given Eldar's significant die advantage, there is still a possibility that Eldar could still win. And I mean, Wraithguard Advance looks like one of those measly little cards that seem like as if they do nothing when you first do them, but in the hands of a skilled player, they can completely screw them over. Okay, so as I've anticipated, Chaos decides to counterpick. Decides to chariot race with the Eldar by gaining some more, like possibly getting some combat upgrades. Oh, wait, hold on, what the hell is, oh my goodness. Max, could you step in? You could probably, wait. Just go to the other chat room and just tell them about that rules infraction. You're not allowed to use material tokens to purchase combat upgrades. So let's take a look at that. Alright, so we're probably just going to have to take a look at this and then just see what's going on. I do hope that, because the thing is, in this game, whether you like it or not, cash tokens can only be used to purchase cool stuff like plastic and miniatures, like plastic and buildings. You can't use... Yes, they can only be used to purchase 3D, not 2D. Like 2D... Like these 2D waifus over here, you can buy them only with money. You can't buy them with, like, building materials. That's not how dating works. So, anyways... Wonder if that rules infraction got reversed. Okay, so it seems like as if that rules infraction did in fact get reversed. I'm definitely thankful for that. You know, the other thing too is, if anybody would like to volunteer as a judge, especially if you have a good understanding of the rules, please by all means do so, because it's just a good way for me. It's just a good way just to prevent the game from breaking the flow. And obviously the thing is, because I obviously have a lot of false positives, I make a lot of really cringy false calls. So if anybody else wants to volunteer as judge, that would be pretty amazing if Max isn't around, or if... Yeah, so please. Okay, so let's take a look and see what they get. So it seems like as if he is in fact getting Demonic Resilience, which is pretty much like a direct counter to Wraithguard advance. So let's take a look and see what Eldar decides to do now. There's a possibility that Eldar might probably do a counter charge. Maybe, maybe not. So let's take a look at that. See what happens. Okay, I mean, look, Knife Ears, you've only got two choices. You can either go left or you can go right. There's only two real options. Well, I guess the thing is, it's not really two real options because you can probably play these order tokens in multiple ways, but I mean, yeah, at this point, maybe Eldar might consider attacking. Honestly, if it was me, you see, okay, so basically there's another really important tip I'd like to mention. It's you have to watch city count. There's a lot of economic variables that you should definitely watch that a lot of good players watch. And one of the economic variables that good players will consider is city advantage. If you're down by one city and your opponent might have and there's a possibility that your opponent can strategize after you do, you just go for the attack right now. Because if you go for the attack right now, because again, you still have to think in terms of cost to benefits, right? Like if you have a 60% chance of winning now versus a 40% chance of winning later, you might as well just force the situation and maybe just try to go out in a blaze of glory. I know for a fact that if you're already behind and all you try to do is just is play ultra safe, that's when you shouldn't be doing it. You see, so it seems like so yeah, it definitely seems like as if Eldar's valuation judgment or positional judgment seems to be really skewed this game. Eldar was just not playing conservatively when Eldar should have been playing conservatively, and whereas Eldar just missed a good opportunity to just force the situation now as opposed to later. And besides, the other thing too is that like you could probably I do know that maybe one immediate rebuttal that some people might say, it's like, oh, well, what if Chaos just simply reveals something over here instead? That could there is a possibility that while Chaos might have been able to use their upgraded ability, at the very least, the upgraded card, the Hellroot card, would not have worked because only a Chaos Marine is present, right? So, anyways, let's go to the battle. We have. Oh, finally, yes, this is the type of hand you gotta see as Eldar, you know? Like, lots of anti-morale crushers, and yeah, so it seems like okay, so this is definitely going to pan out. This is probably going to be definitely going to be a more interesting battle. I mean, it seems like Eldar definitely has the offensive advantage, and since he's been playing Wraithguard Advance, which should have been played 3 or 4 rounds ago, then, well, at least he's doing something right now. Yes, I do think that Eldar advances that Wraithguard advance is definitely the correct play. Another thing that I would also think about, especially when you want to go for offense, is offense related builds are actually incredibly useful, especially if you have a health advantage against your opponent with the relative to your opponent, right? I mean, Wraithguard have 4 hit points, and 4 hit points is ridiculously tanky for a level 1 unit. So you can just basically play what I call a Humpty Dumpty playstyle, where you route your level 4 unit, you rally them again, and then they get routed again, and then they just get rallied yet again. You know, I mean, the Humpty Dumpty offense is definitely a pretty useful one. Okay, so Eldar is revealing Wraithguard Advance, so they're going to gain either 1 random die or maybe 1 morale, mayhaps. And then now, Chaos has to choose between either routing one of his units or getting rid of a morale die. Seems like as if... Oh, wow, so Eldar's just going to go all in. He's just going to go in, guns blazing, guns ablaze, and... Well, let's take a look and see what Chaos does. I mean, well, we already know, because... because I am showing you what's available. But yeah, let's take a look and see what red does. Let's take a look at red, see what red does. I mean, keep in mind. Well, I think maybe red chaos is just deciding which units to route, and then now is just deciding whether he wants to lose the morale die or not. And then now he's getting demonic resilience, and with demonic resilience, he's getting a defense. He is going to. Looks like as if he's maybe going to get a defense die. I strongly suspect that that's the case. I mean, you're going to deal damage, man. I mean, it's just the way that it works. So he does in fact gain defense, and then the second part does not trigger because he doesn't have a Hellbrute this combat. So overall, Eldar will be dealing 7 damage against his 5 defense, so he could just tank it on the Bastion, and then the Bastion basically lives. Wow, that's quite interesting. And then Eldar is basically forced to route a Wraith Guard in exchange. Yeah, you see what I mean? The thing is, you got to make sure that you counterpick, that you don't. The thing is, letting your opponent do a strategize immediately after your own strategize, especially when they're up ahead in you in terms of upgrades and in terms of tech, that's just you're basically just inviting disaster. I mean, I honestly don't know if Eldar even stands a chance of maybe winning this combat now. I mean, wow, this has definitely been one of the most interesting upsets of this tournament so far. So let's take a look and see what the second round of combat is like. I mean, okay, that's definitely a pretty interesting pick. So he's probably going to pick Dark Faith, and maybe the reason why he's probably going to do that is I assume that Dark Faith might probably be used, the cultists that you generate from Dark Faith could be used as a contingency plan in case to countercharge the Eldar in case if Eldar take it over, right? So using that, so there's that. Oh no, he just took it back. So let's take a look and see what Chaos might do. Okay, so he is in fact going to use Dark Faith after all, and then on Eldar's end, he is going to pick. See what he's going to get. Yeah, Eldar is not exactly in the best of positions right now. This was definitely much more of a throw than I had anticipated. So let's take a look. Let's take a look. Guard Advance seems a little bit redundant. So he can't really gain any additional dice. He already has a truckload of offense, and then now his opponent has to choose and route one of his units unless he spends 1 leadership die. So let's see what he's going to do. Yeah. Okay, so it seems like as if he is in fact going to get 1 additional morale. Okay, yeah, okay. So I definitely did misread to some extent. Eldar has not had the full set of 8 dice. And now let's take a look and see what Dark Faith does. Maybe Danny's gonna come back from the dead and make a comeback at some point or another in this game. But we'll have to take a look. Let's see what it is. Okay, so I think that Chaos is now deciding whether to lose the morale die or to route a unit, and he chooses to lose the morale die. So now he gets dark. Oh man, okay, so little Jimmy is just he's never coming back, you know? Like maybe at this point I should probably just give up all I have to give up all hope. There's just no point, especially with the Wraith Guards on the field. I just doubt that Jimmy's going to make any comeback anytime soon. So all he does is just gain one additional leadership. But now, now for combat resolution. So then Eldar have 8 guns in total against Chaos's 3 defense. So then Chaos wisely removes the wisely or unwisely removes the Bastion, and then Eldar has to route a Wraith Guard because reasons. Because of the 2 damage and 0 defense. And now let's take a look and see what's gonna happen. I have a sneaking suspicion he might play Commander of the Autarch, but Commander of the Autarch might probably be... Well, or he could probably just get Wraithguard support. I mean, if you use Wraithguard support, he can basically just pivot towards defense and then spend a morale die in order to rally one of his Wraithguard. Although, don't know if... But that would just basically just put him up. And that would, in fact, at least put him up. But, okay, so he's using Commander of the Autarch. And then by using Commander of the Autarch, he is going to rally, he's probably going to rally. I mean, that's pretty much the only viable choice at this point. He's going to rally that Wraithguard over there, and then he is going to play Wraithguard support for just the combat icons. And then now, Chaos plays Mark of Slaanesh, so then they just simply gain 1 die. He simply gains 1 die, and it's a morale. And then because there is, in fact, one routed unit, Chaos does in fact gain 1 cultist. So let's take a look. Yes, he does in fact gain 1 cultist, and then because of the 1 cultist, let's take a look. So let's let's do some grade school math here. Okay, so then that's 2 plus 2, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, versus Eldar's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. Oh, wow, Eldar wins because 9 is a bigger integer than 8. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, Chaos is probably in a slightly tricky position. He has to retreat, but if he retreats over here, one of his units dies. If he retreats over here, he probably won't have any... Oh, no, wait, sorry, I counted a little bit too soon. But that's still... So then basically these two cancel each other out. Oh, right, but he has got Seduced by Chaos, and then using Seduced by Chaos, and then with Seduced by Chaos, the Aspect Warrior is then forced to be routed. Okay. Man, those sneaky little cultists. Sneaky little cultists. So, as a result, it seems like as if Red is actually going to win by morale, so then it's basically like 6 morale against 5, so therefore Chaos actually wins. That was... Yeah, you see, that's the thing. You should just again, sometimes you have to force the situation, and sometimes you do have to play more conservatively, but usually that will depend on whether you're ahead on certain axes of power. So the thing is, like, Eldar was implicitly ahead in terms of both positioning and even potentially more material if Eldar could have played their hands correctly, but again, there were too many throw points, so that wasn't... So that was a little bit of a mishap on Eldar's part, and then now that Chaos has the potential to do a deploy order, Chaos could definitely just come back into the game. It's definitely more of an upset than I had anticipated, you know. So yeah, alrighty then. So let's take a look and see what Chaos reveals. And then Chaos decides to reveal, it's either one of those ones. I'm just taking a look at them. I'm not trying to see what's going on. So if you take a look at Chaos, it seems like as if Chaos is in fact revealing Advance Order, but I don't think he really has too much for Advance. I mean, I don't really know why he's doing that, but... Yeah, so it seems like as if... Okay, so he's going to reveal a deploy order, and then using a deploy order... Let's see what Chaos builds. Let us see what Chaos does. Okay, so he's going to build a Bastion, which is not too surprising. Oh dear, oh dear. If only things had gone a little bit differently. Losing both the objective and the material has definitely been a pretty large strategic mistake. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Eldar is going to... Oh, and he's going to get the Hellbrute as well. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, if that Hellbrute ever just gets over here, I think Eldar is just toast. There's just not much Eldar can really do at this point to win the game. So then Eldar is going to use a strategize order, but I mean... Again, I think one of the things you just have to keep in mind is... And this is something that I've noticed to some extent. In some cases, having just one level 2 upgrade is sometimes a little bit better than just having 2 level 0 upgrades. Because a lot of the level 4, the level 2 combat upgrades have very strong effects, have very strong spiking effects, especially in the first 2 rounds of combat. And if you're able to just simply lock down the first 2 rounds of combat, you're not... It can be pretty tricky coming back from that point on. So let's take a look and see what Eldar has gotten. So Eldar has gotten Fire Dragon support, which can at least nullify some of his shenanigans, some of the demonic resilience shenanigans from the Hellbrute. So he's definitely going to place a Hellbrute over here. Obviously he's going to place a Hellbrute on top of the 3 material planet, and he's also going to send another little cultist over there as well. So now it is down to Eldar. Honestly, I think Eldar has to take this fight. If Eldar doesn't take this fight and loses, it's just GG at that point. So see what Eldar does. Well, I mean, honestly, there's only one thing Eldar can do at this point, which is yet an advance order. And I think, yeah, there's definitely a strong likelihood that Eldar is probably just going to pile in with all 5 units from here. So that's basically 8 guys, 8 dice versus Chaos's 5. Although with Chaos's better combat upgrades, there is still a chance that Chaos might still be able to take this. Yeah, that is a legal move. Wait, that should be a legal move. Because the thing is, you're activating units from here, and then he's just moving here. Okay, alrighty then. Okay, so then... Yellow starts off with 6 guns and 2 shields. Red, 2 bolt guns and 3 shields. Oh, no, sorry, he hasn't rolled his dice. Okay, 3 bolt guns and 2 shields. I'm just off by only 1 die. Too bad. And then now, they've drawn... Oh, wow, holy crap, man. I don't think that there's... Anyway, Eldar is going to beat that hand anytime soon. I mean, he could use Wraithguard Advance and maybe force a rout, but I mean... Even if he forces a rout, it's very likely that Chaos will probably just rout the Cultist anyways, so there's just not really much that he can do. Fire Dragon's Vengeance probably seems to be the better option at this point, because at the very least, even if Chaos plays Demonic Resilience, the primary ability of Fire Dragon's Vengeance will at least block him from getting additional icons. So yeah, maybe Eldar does have some hope after all. So then Eldar does in fact reveal, come on now. So Eldar definitely does reveal a surprise to no one's surprise, Fire Dragon's Vengeance. So I'm obviously going to assume that he's always going to trigger the first half, no matter what. And then now he gains 2 defense as a result of that. I mean, again, one of the things I really like about this card is that it just combines both offense and defense really well. And then with Demonic Resilience, the only thing that he can really get is just defense. So that's all he can really get. Anything else would just be... He can't activate the secondary ability based upon the primary of Fire Dragon's Vengeance. So he just has to take a humble little defense, and then with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against 4, that's basically either 2 cultists dead, 1 Hellbrute dead, or 1 cultist dead plus a Hellbrute routed, which is... all of them, well, no matter which way he slices and dices it, he's just not going to get a good cut. So, yeah, okay, maybe this battle is definitely going a little bit better for Eldar than I had anticipated. So the thing is, if you take a look, so now Eldar deals, so Chaos deals 0 damage to Eldar. Eldar deals 3, 6, 8, 5. Oh no, it's 3 damage. Okay, well, he's going to have to route the Hell in this case, then. Ugh, math. Doing speed math on stream is can be pretty daunting at times. Okay, so round number 1 has completed. And now we will go on to round number 2. Whatever you do, don't play a command of the Autarch. I hope he has enough common sense to not do that. Maybe striking Scorpions is okay. Or maybe Wraithguard Advance. I mean, he's going to have to route it. It does at least force a route, which is... useful. So Eldar does in fact play Wraithguard Advance, and then I think Red is probably just going to play another Demonic Resilience, but then with Wraithguard Advance... he's probably going to... let's see how many dice he swaps. So there's no way that Eldar can gain any dice because they're already maxed out. But the Wraithguard do have the ability to swap defense into offense or route, or at least force a route. So let's take a look and see how Eldar wants to resolve this. Maybe he'll do 1. Maybe he'll do 0. Maybe he'll do 2. Who knows? Who knows? It's anybody's guess at this point. Okay, so he's probably just going to do that. Wait. There's a potential rules violation again. So Max, about the rules violation this time, I think you're forced to route a unit if you can't spend a leadership die. You should probably go into the other room and check with that. That's actually important. This is actually a pretty important battle with non-trivial consequences, so you might want to talk with them about that. Max, can you hear me, or are you away? I want to know what's going on. Oh, never mind. He did route the unit. Okay, wow. Paranoid as always. Okay, so,
Oh yeah, I'm back.
oh, okay. Well, that's totally fine. I mean, he did route the unit with Wraithguard Advance, so I think it should be okay. It should definitely be okay at this point now. Okay, so then now Eldar is dealing 2, 3, 6, 9 damage against his 3, 5, 7 shield. So that's basically 2 damage, which is enough to at least kill a cultist. So, yeah. Let's take a look and see what goes on for the 3rd round. No, wait. Hold on a second. 3, 6, 9 guns against... oh, wait, okay. I think I see what's going on, because the thing is, it really depends on which combat die Chaos chooses, right? So now, I don't know. I still think that Chaos is probably going to lose on the basis of morale anyway. So there's not going to be too much for Eldar. Well, there is still a possibility that maybe Chaos might probably just rally using an Impure Zeal, and then gain some additional bulk as a result of that. Well, let's take a look and see what Eldar does. So it seems like as if Chaos does in fact inflict 1 damage, but he's going to assign to an Elder Aspect Warrior that's going to die anyways, even if he does win the battle, so sensible choice. And now let's take a look and see what's going on here. Yes, Wraithguard Advance. Wraithguard Advance. Indeed. So then for the third combat card, Eldar is choosing... Well, yeah, why would I not choose another Wraithguard Advance? I think it's probably just a good idea at this point. I mean, I guess you could probably win by Wipeout, right? I mean, if you win by... No, that's not necessarily a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea to have your Wraithguard be routed the next combat round, especially considering that there's a cultist who could potentially just retake the factory. But let's take a look and see what happens. So, Eldar is going to reveal, surprise, surprise, a Wraithguard Advance, and he's probably going to not trigger anything except maybe for the last ability. Okay, so he's just gonna go full bolt guns, I guess. Or maybe just one bolt gun. But then the secondary ability, or maybe he's just... Okay, so it seems like as if he's probably just going to keep the 2 defense. And then now Chaos is deciding whether he wants to spend the morale die to either maintain the cultist or keep him. But either way, if he spends the morale die, there's just no way he's going to get impure. There's no way he's going to proc impure zeal either way. So yeah, not exactly sure what Chaos plans on doing at this point. Just have to wait and see. Oh, okay. Well, on second thought, it seems like as if Eldar do want to go just full guns blazing. Full guns blazing with extreme prejudice against Chaos. But maybe he's just going for a wipeout. It seems like as if he just wants to go for a complete wipeout. But the problem is, if you want to kill the Hellbrute in this way, you need at least 7 damage. You need to deal at least 8 damage, because if you deal only 4, then that's the problem. Whoa, wait, Max, could you go back? There's a rules infraction. No. Okay, please, Max.
What's going on?
Immediately. Rules infraction. There's a problem with the... Oh, shoot, sorry, hold on. There's an issue with the routing ability. The cultist should have been routed. Immediately. Please go there right now.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, okay. So yet another... Yeah, because the thing is, like, I think according to the card, you have to spend a leadership die or you have to route the cultist. Whereas, and in this case, because he didn't spend the... Or did he? Hold on. Let me take a look. Oh, he didn't spend the leadership die, but... If he didn't spend the leader... But the problem is, like, either way, he should not have been able to route the Hellbrute, right? So the thing is, So here's the thing. If the Wraithguard doesn't... Yeah, he should have routed it if he doesn't want to spend the leadership die. But the Hellbrute needs... So if that's the case, then the Hellbrute should remain routed. This is just not according to the rules, and this is a pretty pivotal battle. So what happened now? Like, they should have, because here's the thing. Either way, the Hellbrute should not have been routed.
Yeah, they're discussing that now.
Okay, that's good. Well, I'll definitely have to take a look. Well, yeah, let's take a look for the rules interruptions. I think, you know what, Max? I think that regardless of whatever happens, I do think that even if you're not available for every tournament match, I seriously need to maybe consider talking to Sir Handsome and then just talk about maybe getting a judge in place to enforce these rules. Because, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think a lot of these rules mistakes are pretty forgivable in some cases, because Forbidden Stars does have a lot of like weird niggling little cases, that have some weird exceptions. So the thing is, like, the Hellbrute should still remain routed, and the leadership die should go away. So that's the other
yeah, but as long as you have one spectator, that can speak with his mic, you can be the judge and ask for somebody else. Just, you know.
I don't know, but I prefer maintaining the casting rule. I think that the best thing.
Yeah, but it's better than nothing. That's only what I'm saying.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Okay, so we're definitely running into some rules technicalities and some rules issue. The thing is, you have to have this part. Like, you have to pay attention to this part over here. You have to have more leadership. But the problem is this secondary trigger forces you to either spend a leadership die or to route the units. So there's just no way that impure and keep in mind that the morale die also has to go away as well. You know what? I think I'll probably just step in at this point if it goes too long, but let's see if they can figure out the technicality. Okay, that's good. Excellent. Okay, so things are proceeding back as planned. So Eldar, okay, let's take a look and see how this works. So Chaos still has 4 guns against Eldar's 0 defense. So there is... Okay, oh no, he's getting 5 guns, because the thing is, he's gaining 1 gun for every routed cultist. But then that raises it up to 5, and then with 5...
But it says unless, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, if you can't spend the morale die, then you have to route your unit. That's basically how... it's just English. That's just how English works. Unless. So, yeah, it's basically sort of like... Yeah, like the way that I interpret these counterfactual statements, it's sort of like saying, you're going to starve unless you eat food. Well, if you eat food, then you're not going to starve. That's how these statements would work. Okay, so as it turns out, he's going to just end up killing 2 of his own aspect warriors, but he deals 4, 8, 10, 12 versus 3, 5, 7, 8. Okay, well, he's going to have to kill a cultist, but then I think the Hellbrute remains intact. Those tanky mofos are definitely pretty tricky to deal with. I mean, I guess in this case, I probably would have just routed the Aspect Warrior and then just give him the additional bulk guns. I mean, he could probably come in with a Cultist again, but I doubt that's going to happen. Okay, so for the final order token of the match, Chaos is going to reveal... Chaos is going to reveal an advance order, but I don't know if he really wants to resolve that. I mean, honestly, having a level 0 unit on a 2 cost planet is usually a pretty good deal, if you ask me, right? And, hold on a second, there's something... Okay, well, I guess maybe they're probably just going to determine factory control maybe after a battle, so they don't necessarily have to swap back and forth. But if they do miss it, then, well, Max, you know what to do. You gotta remind Eldar to keep his factory. But let's take a look and see if they overlook it or not. So, yeah. Okay.
Or you can just bring it over as game master. You can just bring it over yourself.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess I might as well. I mean, this is Eldar Factory, after all. It was a factory. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, maybe I could probably just handle simple admin tasks like that. But for significant rules breaks, or for rules breaks, then I definitely recommend just going in. Judging the map. Okay, so this has definitely been an interesting round. It seems like as if both Chaos and Eldar have swatted their respective armies against each other, although I kind of do feel like as if at this point there is a strong possibility that Chaos could in fact actually leverage their current control of cities in order to push the Eldar out. I mean, I see one way out, and I can definitely see one thing that Chaos can do when it comes to pushing Eldar out, but when it comes to pushing Eldar out, like maybe Chaos might consider doing a counter push in this way to maybe drive the Eldar out in this area. So that is definitely something that could be done. Although, guess we're just gonna have to wait and see for the next round. It seems like as of right now, the players are just counting their materials. So Chaos should be 2, 4, 5, 7. Chaos should have at least 7 material of income, and then Eldar should have 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they're actually within income parity of each other, so I guess it's not too bad. Not too bad at all, but it seems like, but again, it seems like as if Chaos right now is just deciding whether or not they want to advance into Eldar's homeworld in the bottom right corner. So yeah, seems like as if he's definitely pontificating the decision, just thinking about whether that one little cultist over there can take out the Aspect Warrior. So let's take a look and see what happens. Do they... Okay, hold on. I have to enter like a rules check. So then do we get a quick rules check? Bombardment hits. So there's a question in the chat about bombardment hits. Do they need to be taken on standing units before routing ones? And I think the answer is yes.
I'll check the rules myself.
But let me confirm. Yeah, I think that's probably it. But let me, but yeah, do check the rules and then see what's going on.
Orbital strikes. Well, there's a lot of. Okay.
Oh yeah. They check the rule book and they think that's right. But I think if you can check the rule book, then that's probably. I'd like to know if there's agreement among both parties. Let me know when we get a confirmation.
On page 9, I'm reading.
Okay, so let's let's just wait a moment. Yeah, we're gonna have
It doesn't specify anything about routed.
Really? Is that so? That seems a little bit,
Because they don't become routed even if they suffer damage, so that must be why it's not...
No, but the thing is, the question isn't about that. The question is about whether or not the routed units suffered, the standing units suffer damage first in a bombardment. That's what the...
Well, maybe it's somewhere else than page 9 then,
Hold
because
on,
it
let me take a look at
doesn't
this.
specify anything.
I think that's the rules. I hope that's... Hold on, let me take a look at this. No. Just. Is there any way you could maybe just send me a link to the? Oh no, I can't because I'm screen recording. So this is not gonna. So it's gonna interrupt the flow.
Well, I have the object in the TTS. Don't you have it?
I don't. What is it? I'm just not exactly sure what.
Well, it's the rule book directly into the TTS.
Oh, okay. I see. So, well, I'm not exactly sure what to do about this rules technicality. I do think that under normal circumstances, you do in fact assign... No, but the thing is, the question is, do you assign... If you have routed and unrouted units on the same planet, and they're subject to an orbital bombardment, do you have to assign damage to the unrouted units first?
Well, on Orbital Strike, page 9, there's no nothing is specified.
Can you get the actual rule book, the one, not the playbook, the rule book?
Oh, okay, the other one. Okay.
The other
Not
one.
the-
Yeah, because the Learn to Play book doesn't cover some important edge cases.
No, it's the battle one. It's the I'm looking at it's the red one. Rules reference.
So what does it say about orbital bombardment?
Well, it says a lot of things, but it doesn't cover that part.
Try and
It
see
says-
if you
yeah.
can find it.
Well, I can send you a screenshot, I guess.
The problem is I'm doing a screen recording right now, so the problem is if I do that, then I'll just have to...
Can you just invite me into the game?
Let me see if I can do that. Sure.
As a-
okay, you know what? Let's just try not to... No, I think this is important. It's a rules question. You have to get it resolved. So let me just get this. Let me just get this for a moment.
Can you tell me what the password is, or can you write it to me in private or something?
The password. I think it's just. Let me take a look. It's either that or this. I can't quite recall. Okay, so let's take a look. All right. So anyways, the 6th round has started, and it seems like as if there's a, and it seems like, and then now Chaos is first player. So that's the thing.
Can you seat me for like a temporary moment?
Yeah, sure. Just wait one moment. Yeah. So yeah. Let me just take a look at this. Sorry. Yeah, we're a little bit unprepared, but I do promise. Okay. Well, still, I prefer to get some confirmation if possible. Hold on. Let me take a look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is an important technicality to sort out. I prefer just to sort out this technicality now. Oh, okay, I see. Page 13, main rulebook. And... Oh, okay, hold on. Just one moment. Quoted exactly. Hold on, someone else is also giving me some confirmation. But I prefer not to interrupt my screen recording as much as I possibly can. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. There's also the rules of play, so let me just take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Oh no, this is not good. No, but the problem is that only references combat. That only references combat, not orbital bombardments. Okay, so then,
Isn't there a fact somewhere? No, a big document about a fact or something. I think so.
Yeah, well, it seems like as if based upon that, let me take a look at that.
Official fact, unofficial fact.
One orbital.
No. Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing is, if you take a look at the implications, it says that the opponent's units on the target rolled suffer an amount of damage equal to the number of guns rolled. So whenever you're suffering damage, and then let's take a look at this. And then it says that each unit that suffers damage during an orbital strike that is not destroyed does not become routed. So
Yeah.
I am going to assume that implicitly speaking, you always assign damage to unrouted units first. So I think that's basically... So yeah, I do think that the ruling is correct. Okay, yeah, just please proceed. That's all. That's all.
I wouldn't say so, but okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, the way that I interpret rules is I usually just think about it in terms of the base case, and if there aren't really any modifications to the base case, then in other circumstances the base case should also apply. That's how I interpret rule books. So, yeah, because the thing is, like, if you take a look at the technicalities for orbital bombardment, the only exception is that units that are damaged don't become routed. So, because that's the only exception that's stated, I'm going to assume that the other baseline assumptions remain. So that's how I consider it. But anyways, back to casting. Okay, so I'll probably just edit that part out of the video or get someone else to edit it out of the video. So yeah, alrighty then. So it seems like as if Chaos is placing a dominate order. We'll be placing a dominate order on the top center hex. The top center tile. The Eldar will then see where the Eldar will go. So the Eldar is going to place an advance order on the objective in the hopes of maybe retaking the combat objective again. Although there is a possibility that maybe Chaos might might choose a deploy order and then maybe just put another Hellbrute just to mess with Eldar, or even worse, a Bastion. So there is that to watch out for. Okay then, let's take a look and see how Chaos responds. So now let's take a look and see what Chaos is planning on doing. So, let's take a look at this. So, Chaos definitely looks like as if he's probably going to, seems a little bit indecisive at this moment. He's probably going to use a strategize order in order to maybe get more combat upgrades. I mean, a fully upgraded Chaos combat deck is definitely pretty strange. So there's definitely that. Okay, well, so analyze it. So now, now it is round 6, and it definitely seems like as if maybe both players are probably going to attempt another push for their objectives. Now, if Eldar succeeds this turn, now there is definitely a chance that Eldar could just succeed this turn, and then at this point, it's mostly just GG for Chaos, right? But seems like Chaos might still have a couple of dirty tricks up their sleeves, as they normally do. Okay, so it seems like as if Chaos might probably consider using another deploy order to maybe, who knows, get another Hellbrute. He doesn't really get the discount bonus, but I mean, considering that it's closer to the Eldar objective, that's probably how things are going to go. Yeah, this definitely looks like as if it's going to be one of those 8-rounder games. Okay, so then now Eldar is placing another deploy order on the bottom right corner, wondering what Eldar is planning on doing. So now we get Chaos going next. Chaos is probably just going to block an Eldar advance order with his own advance order. So you definitely have that going on. Eldar in turn is probably going to respond. Yeah, well, I guess if I was playing as Eldar at this point, seems like as if maybe this place is obviously going to be incredibly hotly contested, right? However, if I was playing as Eldar, instead of necessarily going for the objective right away, I do think that maybe at least contesting the city is definitely at least a viable option at this point. By contesting the city and by at least swinging the city count in favor of Eldar, at the very least, Chaos will not be able to gain additional combat cards afterwards. So will not be able to tech in level 2 combat cards afterwards. Well, let's take a look and see what Eldar decides to do. So it seems like as if overall there are... Chaos is probably planning on doing some using a dominate order in order to get more reinforcement tokens to, well, mess with the Eldar even further, you know? So, but I guess only time will tell. We just got to take a look and see what each player is planning on doing. So let's see. So now it's the final order token of Chaos, which is always which is definitely going to be a pretty tricky decision. Okay, so it seems like as if Chaos is just going to do one of every order token, and then let's see what Eldar is planning on doing in this case. Oh, okay. Well, it seems like as if the ruling has been found. According to page 13 about routed units, you have to assign damage to unrouted units first. So, okay, there we go. There we go. This is, in fact, a legal move. At least now we should probably get this clarified. That is excellent. Okay, so let's just wait for Eldar to make final decision. What is it going to be? Let's take a look. See how that's Eldar's gonna do. I mean, I guess Eldar could viably go for... It seems like as if maybe Eldar should probably just go for a strategize at some point or another, because, well, I guess while Chaos definitely does have a better combat, does have a somewhat more upgraded combat deck, I kind of feel like as if Eldar doesn't keep pace in the strategy card arms race, I do think that Eldar is probably just going to fall behind, and then Chaos is probably just gonna find a way to swat them out of the skies and to best the Eldar in ground combat. You know, I mean, sending one guy at a time isn't exactly a very productive use of your dominate order when your Chaos Space Marines are just absolutely especially when you just have some Chaos Space Marine death balls, you know? So it's okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is in fact going to strategize, and then Eldar is going to use yet another outmaneuver. Seems like as if what Eldar is planning on doing is that Eldar is going to take the order token from the very top, from the very bottom of that stack, and he's probably just going to do a double advance, which is definitely a pretty fair decision. And let's take a look and see how he's going to perform his double advance. I'm going to speculate that Eldar might probably do an orbital bombardment first and then possibly go in for the kill. But again, this game is full of surprises, so I guess I don't necessarily want to speculate too much. Although this definitely does seem like as if it's something that Chaos could do under the right circumstances. Well, let's take a look and see what Chaos does. So Chaos decides to get Chaos United, which is definitely a really solid pick. Let's see what they get rid of. Probably gonna get rid of, let's take a look. I'm gonna predict Dark Faith. Seriously, I actually find that card is a little overrated in some matchups, but it turns out, but I do hear that, but I have actually interviewed some top-level players who do mention that even if Dark Faith isn't immediately useful in turn 1, on turn 2 it can still present a serious threat. Okay, so he does in fact discard Dark Faith and replaces it with Chaos United, so yeah, you should definitely expect quite a few... So, to be perfectly honest, I really do think that if Eldar doesn't wipe out this Chaos Force right now, I just don't think he's going to capture any objectives. And to be perfectly fair, I actually really think that in this case, Eldar is perfectly capable of defending the Chaos objective. So there is definitely a possibility that Eldar might definitely win on this turn, assuming that Eldar doesn't make too many misplays yet again. But again, only time will tell. Only time will tell. So Chaos resolves a strategizing. He also purchases Fear from Above, which is the Orbital Bombardment Combat upgrade, although, again, not sure if it's going to have too much of an impact this turn, but I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. Okay. Oh, no, he's actually going to get Favor of the Dark Gods, although at this point, seems like his favor is just a little bit... I just don't think you're going to get much of a return on investment using Favor of the Dark Gods at this point. It's actually pretty amazing. It's a pretty solid combat... It's a pretty solid order upgrade card, especially near the beginning of the game, but... The thing is, but the problem is, the ROI just isn't all that great, especially near the end, right? So Eldar is in fact going to try his luck at the Orbital Bombardment game yet again, and I'm definitely going to assume that he's going to use Tactical Strikes. So let's take a look and see what he does. So, the Eldar is about to launch... Oh, no, he's not going to do that. He's actually just going to do a combat against one cultist. This is definitely interesting. I mean, I guess in this case, I actually would have preferred using an Orbital Bombardment, because you actually have a pretty good chance of hitting at least the Chaos Marines, right? I mean, if you have Tactical Strikes, then Tactical...
Yeah, but he might just proc Cursor Raid after this combat.
Yeah, that's right. There's also that. I totally overlooked that as well. Okay, so in that case, yeah, we're just going to take a look and see what's going on. Yeah, that's right. I really got to have a habit of just paying more attention to the combat upgrades. So, Eldar draws, Wraithguard Advance, Striking Scorpions, two Wraithguard supports, and Fire Dragon's Vengeance. Looks like a pretty solid hand to me, although the problem is with Chaos United is you can just basically quickly spam an army from elsewhere, and it's just, yeah, it's definitely gonna, that might definitely lose him the battle, although to be perfectly fair, Eldar definitely has an opportunity to do a Corsair Strike afterwards, so whichever way this battle swings, there's a pretty strong likelihood that Eldar could in fact win, although even then, I do think that it's probably a little safer just to do just to do an Orbital Bombardment without the upgrade, without the combat, because if this Wraithguard gets routed for any reason, which is still likely, then you only have 2 units to attack, right? I mean, again, at this point, this seems to be a bit of a misread on Eldar's part in terms of positioning and in terms of risk taking. I probably would have just done an orbital bombardment and then just did a 3-pile, but who knows? Let's take a look and see what Eldar decides to play. So Eldar is probably just thinking about what the best counter to Chaos United might possibly be in this case, because keep in mind that Chaos obviously has units in the opposite corners of the map, so it's not like as if he's necessarily short on units to teleport, right? But yeah, let's take a look and see what Eldar does. Seems like as if Eldar is just biding his time, waiting. Maybe he wants to go a little bit. Maybe he wants to play a little bit more conservatively and just.
There's one thing you mentioned, that if the raid guard gets routed at the end by any reason, by any way, but seduced by Chaos, Scheme can actually do that.
Sorry? The Chaos?
Seduced by Chaos Scheme that he has.
Exactly.
If he plays that,
exactly. That's the other thing too. So this is one of the reasons why I honestly think that even though going for the, I mean, but then again, like maybe this isn't such a horrible idea, because if you do in fact win the city, then you get a 1-city swing. Although I guess at this point I probably would have just gone directly for just concentrated as much effort as possible into the Chaos objectives. Okay, so Eldar reveals a Wraithguard support against a Chaos United. So Chaos United, definitely allows. So in this case, I don't think Eldar is going to. So I don't think Eldar is going to route any one of his units. I think in this case he's just going to let him gain the die, and then it's one of those do nothing rounds. Okay, so next round. Oh, okay, so it seems like as if he is in fact going to jump at Cultist all the way over here, which is definitely a fair play. I mean, there are no Eldar order tokens over here which would possibly confound those plans. So let's take a look and see what goes on. Let's see what the next combat card will be from either contestant. I mean, there is actually a potential for him to actually use Mark of Tzeentch, but then at the same time, the Mark of Tzeentch might get quashed by a Wraithguard advance. So maybe he's just thinking a bit, or maybe Chaos just wants to go for a safer play and go with either Demonic Resilience or Chaos United. So yeah, let's take a look and see what Red chooses. Now on Eldar's side, he has these sets of cards, although I doubt he's probably going to use Fire Dragon's Vengeance. Okay, so Chaos has already locked down a card, Demonic Resilience, whereas Eldar still needs to think about this. I mean, Wraithguard Advance is probably not a bad play at this point, because it does give you it can give you an additional morale die, and on top of that, it allows your opponent it forces your opponent to either route a unit or spend a morale die. Although, given that there are 2 cultists on this planet and one of them is going to die anyway, might not necessarily be the most powerful play. Okay, so he's actually going to play Fire Dragon's Vengeance instead, but he can't gain the bottom ability because Max, you gotta bonk him.
What happened?
Okay, never mind. Like he was about to use 2 defense tokens, but the problem is he just realized that it wasn't the right unit trigger or the right unit proc, so
okay.
It's good.
I just have one little comment, about this fight.
Sure, tell me.
Did you think if Eldar had hit and run in hand would have been a good thing to do? Like to save his raid guard and do some damage a little bit?
Honestly, I do think he did. Honestly, that would have actually been a pretty good choice. But the thing is, keep in mind that the Eldar have already replaced hit and run later on. So again,
that's why I said that.
No, absolutely. You know what, Max? Yeah, you're definitely free to comment at this point. I think I don't want to talk all the time, like because the thing is, like one of the reasons why sometimes I'm a little bit reluctant to get rid of cards that actually have a strategic benefit outside of combat is they're not always strictly worse compared to upgraded cards, you know? So, yeah, that's definitely true. I definitely do think that hit and run could have worked well. I mean, a lot of cards that allow you to do a retreat are really good ways to defend one one pop planets without while conserving your units. So that's definitely true. I mean, hit and run probably could have actually been unironically good in this case. I mean, it's definitely. I guess if I had to replace cards later on as Eldar, I would probably get rid of striking scorpions over hit and run because hit and run's retreat ability can be ridiculously.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool ability.
I completely agree. So over here, Eldar is playing a Wraithguard Advance, and let's take a look what type of ability he's gonna get. He is going to gain either. See if he's gonna. Okay, so he's gonna chance it, and then he gains a defense. And then now let's see if he wants to convert it into offense, which I don't know. This seems like a somewhat questionable choice because if your Wraithguard gets routed, which is very likely to happen at this point, given that you only have one defense and this is the third round of combat, then this isn't. Oh, and of course there's Mark of Tzeentch, right? So he could just gain a morale die, and then because he still has more morale dice, he can just replace any one of the cultists with a Chaos Marine. So I honestly think that this was probably a misplay on Eldar's part. I definitely think that he probably shouldn't have gotten greedy with Corsair Raid and just only do a bombardment. At this point, again, right? No point in throwing away your in having a 75% chance of winning when you can just have a 90% chance of winning, right? So that's basically how that goes. Okay, so I guess in this case, it seems like as if Chaos is probably just going to win on morale alone because they have, or he's probably just going to do that. But he's got 4 guns, and you already have 4, and Chaos already has 4 shields prior to the morale switch. But honestly, at this point, I don't think it really matters. I think Chaos is just going to win on morale anyways, and then the Wraithguard is going to be routed, which means that it can't really do that. But as Max pointed out earlier, Seduced by Chaos is just going to probably... It would probably just ruin the Eldar's game plan, assuming that Chaos does things in the way that he should be doing, right? So again, that was a bit of a greedy move, and not only that, but Eldar just basically converted a cultist into a Chaos Marine, which is just not something you really want to do against Chaos, you know, because gaining 3 additional stat points in this game from one bad battle is just not great. But let's take a look and see. Oh, wait, so Eldar doesn't even want to resolve Corsair Raids. Well, that's definitely a pretty interesting point. I don't think that, again, this is a tournament, so obviously there can't be any backseat gaming, but I'm honestly quite surprised about that rules overlook. I really hope he's not overlooking it too much, but if he is, in fact, overlooking the Corsair... Okay, so this is literally just the worst of both worlds. There's just no Corsair raids, and there's also a routed unit which can't support the next combat. So this is...
And the Chaos Space Marine instead of a cultist.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's also like an upgraded Marine as well. That's like this is a little...
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely quite strange, but I mean, well, again...
Maybe the morale is not there anymore.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not, for sure. Okay, so Chaos is going to resolve the Dominate, giving him an additional reinforcement token. Let's take a look and see where the last member of the Daniel Bros go. So they're probably, and by the way, Max, like this is just my own stupid thing. Like I just like I just like giving stupid little names to individual pieces on the map. It's just it's just one of my idiosyncrasies. But yeah, so it seems like as if he's going to use. Okay. Oh wait.
Yeah, Henry got routed.
Yeah, Henry got routed. Yeah. Yeah, let's just call him Henry. Henry the Wraith Guard. It's not exactly James. Oh, okay. Well, it seems like as if he didn't overlook it after all. So he is in fact going to do a Corsair raid. Oh, he is definitely going to do a bombardment. Now, I think in this case, I don't think it really matters. Come to think of it, maybe the Corsair raid strategy was not as fantastic as I had anticipated, because in this. Well, I guess in this case, this doesn't really pan out too well for Eldar, because Chaos can just simply assign 2 damage on the Cultist, and then just tank the rest on the Hellbrood, and then
But can he just decide which one to trigger first in his abilities?
Oh, absolutely. That's how bombardments work, and that's one of the reasons why I think bombardments are. That's one of the reasons why you have abilities like Tactical Strike, which explicitly give you the ability to target specific units. So no. They don't become routed. They don't become routed. There's a Max, you gotta save us. You gotta save us from bad rules again. Okay. Yeah, and make sure that you point out the reference as well. I think if you point out the reference, then that's also another thing you could do. So yeah, okay, well, I mean, I guess maybe getting rid of one cultist is actually not terrible, because at the very least, he can't then at least teleport a Chaos Space Marine into the same battle, although by being able to teleport a cultist, that's still probably more than enough to win the battle, especially considering how Red still has a reinforcement token. Okay, so it seems like as if after Eldar has definitely finished using his Corsair raid.
Oh, here's the reference. Right here.
Alright, okay, so Max is just pointing out some rules references, and that's definitely how it goes. Okay, that's good. So the Hellbrute is just nice and healthy as he is. Alrighty then. You know what I should probably do? Maybe, I don't know how trippy this might be, but I might consider maybe doing some cool camera angles every now and then. But I think that maybe a bird's eye view is probably just the best one, especially for combats. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Eldar is going to resolve. So Eldar resolves a deploy order, and let's hope he actually builds something. Let's hope it's not a bad deploy. So then Eldar decide to build a Bastion, which is using Wraithbone Singers, and let's take a look and see what else he decides to build. I mean, honestly, if I was Eldar right now, I'd probably just start spamming my ships. I mean, Eldar ship spam is pretty... it's challenging to conquer. I mean, who cares about that giant, massive death ball of units when they can't even reach their planets in the first place, right? I mean, as crazy as this might sound, I was actually able to prevent in one of my games of Forbidden Stars, I was actually able to prevent a Chaos Space Marine Death Ball with a level 3, with a Titan, by just blocking him using Orc ships, which is pretty hilarious when you think about it, right? But, okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is going for is going for 2 Aspect Warriors and a... Oh, or he's not going for 2 Aspect... Okay, yes, he is in fact going for 2 Aspect Warriors and 2 ships. And it seems like as if Eldar is definitely learning to not make the misplay again by deploying units on his factories, especially when the city can't even be reached easily anyhow by Chaos. In this case, Chaos would need to break... There are basically only 2 avenues of access. Chaos can either destroy the 2 Hellbourne frigates, which probably might not be happening anytime soon. Or Chaos could also go in this way by attacking the factory, but if it's defended by a factory and a bastion, then even if you have macho combat cards, you're probably not gonna take it over pretty easily. Although at this point, I can actually conceivably see maybe Chaos going for a Death and Despair build, but given that Chaos has already plopped a lot of bastions in the center of the map, it's a little bit scuffed. Okay, so let's take a look and see what he's doing. Okay, so he's actually going to conquer the city, which I think is actually the more sensible option of the two, right? It seems like as if Telegos is starting to realize slowly but surely that getting that attacking opponents with better combat decks is usually a surefire way to lose, unless if you have a massive advantage in unless if you're overcompensating via die rolls. Okay, so let's take a look at yet another battle. Oh man, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I used to think that Forbidden Stars is not exactly the most castable game, but one of the things I love about this game is the fact that the combat system just makes it so much more castable, so to speak, right? I mean, I always like making all sorts of random crazy shit and just telling all sorts of dumb things about, and making some extended metaphors while doing combat. So over here, Eldar has drawn yet another set of level 0 cards, and again, this is one of the other issues that I find. I mean, having a bunch of level 0 upgrades in your deck, that can be okay for the first couple of turns, or for the first couple of rounds, but once your opponent starts piling in those three combat icon cards, you're going to get outpaced pretty quickly if you only have level 0. If you only have level 0 upgrades, right? So yeah, let's take a look and see what's going to happen. So then Eldar chooses a Wraithguard Advance. So Eldar going... I have a sneaking suspicion that Eldar is probably just going to get... Okay, so he's going to go with a morale die, and then let's see if Eldar converts 2 of the defense dice into 2 offense. He does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, so it's probably just going to shift. Okay, so he does in fact shift 2 defense into 2 guns for a total of 4 bolt guns. And then let's take a look and see what Chaos does. Power of Chaos. Okay, so unfortunately, the Chaos Marine is in fact routed. Now, because the Chaos Marine is in fact routed, he can only proc the first half of the ability, but the second half is something that he can't. So yes, good job on Eldar for timing the Wraithguard Advance correctly. I think it should be pretty clear by now that Wraithguard Advance is just basically the antidote towards Chaos, especially early on. You get Wraithguard Advance, and then you basically nullify Mark of Tzeentch, Mark of Slaanesh, and even some of the higher tier Chaos cards, while shifting morale to your advantage as well. So, yeah, so now Eldar is deciding whether they want to route one of their units, or have Chaos gain an additional die. Now, whichever way... So, yeah, let's take a look and see what happens. Okay, so Chaos does in fact gain 1 leadership. But let's take a look and see how each contestant fares against the other. So then Chaos deals 2 bulk guns of damage against the Eldar's 1 defense, thereby routing... Oh, shit, what is the name that Max Potter gave this guy earlier on? The Wraithguard. The Wraithguard. I'm going to assume he's probably going to route the Wraithguard. For sure. But the problem is... So, but then Eldar deals 4 guns against 3 defense. So the Chaos Marine actually remains intact. He doesn't really suffer any damage. He's just It's just he's just routed, and he's just standing. He's just there for the rest of the combat. All right, so let's take a look and see where other and what the next round is. So it looks like as if Chaos is going to be deciding between either Marcus Slaanesh or maybe Demonic Resilience, and and I get the impression that Eldar probably just wants to go for a for a kill victory by getting Fire Dragon's Vengeance. He then does. He then in turn gets 2 shields for that, for a total of 6 guns and 3 shields. Now he gets Demonic Resilience, which does at least grant him the additional defense die. Or a morale die. I think either one works. So now Eldar deals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guns against Chaos's 5 defense. So again, nothing happens. Chaos ends up doing 2 guns. Oh, and he actually kills off the Eldar Aspect Warrior. Well, isn't that an interesting turn of events? So this could be a tiebreaker combat where both the dice and the cards determine combat. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. Oh, my spidey senses are tingling. It seems like as if there's another rules problem right here. Let's take a look and see what's happening. Oh, no. Okay, alright, well, I gotta go yet again. This is pretty annoying, but gotta do what I do. Okay, guys, there's actually another rules violation. So the thing is, if you calculate the combat from last turn, Chaos has dealt 2 points of damage against the Eldar's 1 defense. You only have 1.
He had 2 temporary shields at the time.
Oh, he did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because of Fire Dragon's Vengeance.
Okay, got it. Alrighty then. Okay, so... Alright, okay, it's fine. Nothing wrong. Everything is fine. Everything's proceeding is fine. Okay, so then now we go on to the 3rd combat round with Eldar playing command of the Autarch, rallying his Wraith Guard, potentially maybe even gaining another morale die. Oh, no. Well, he's going to play Wraith Guard support for the icons. Then now you have Chaos gaining Demonic Resilience. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that he's probably just going to take more morale at this point. There's just not really much point in taking otherwise, right? So now we take a look at the combat resolution. So there's 6 morale to the Eldar's 2, 4, 6, 7 morale. So Eldar do in fact win by a margin, but he has to kill off 1 guy. The other problem I just have with this play is Chaos can then just use 2 Hellbrutes, to maybe just push the Eldar out of the system. Or maybe he's probably just going to use 1 Hellbrute to take back the city. Either way, it seems like as if that's probably what Chaos's counter move is going to be. Alright, so it seems like as if... Geez, well, he's going to win by morale anyway, so... Oh wait, but there is a potential upset. He could use Seduced by Chaos, and by using Seduced by Chaos, he does in fact win the battle. Okay, well that's pretty good on Chaos. You know, Chaos is definitely has definitely been holding off those knife-ear buggers for quite some time now. Okay, so then the final order of the day is an advance order. So, by using... Let's see what they're going to get. There is a possibility that Chaos might probably just place the advance order on the event deck just for the sake of... for an additional event card, but I mean... Hey, if you can defend with 2 Hellbrutes and a Chaos Marine, I guess you might as well, right? So, Yeah, there we go. It seems like as if now in this situation, there's definitely a potential for a deadlock between Chaos Space Marines and Eldar. So this could very well end in planetary control. Alright, so with the event deck, let's take a look and see what's happening. We've got Seduced by Chaos yet again for the third time, and I think it's the third time in this game. It's the third time in this game. So, has to move one of those Warp Storms, left or right. He lets to move that one over there. And then now Eldar decides to move Exodite Colony. Decides to move Exodite Colony on a friendly or uncontrolled role that does not contain a structure or an Eldar objective token. Huh, let's see if he takes it. There's a strong likelihood that he might not, but... Probably have to tell the contestants to maybe count material. See? Hold on. I think the contestants are probably just missing one thing. Probably, you know what? I think I'll probably just send the send any rules infractions based upon via chat. So they're supposed to count material first. I mean, there's no way they could both have 2 material. They're supposed to have... Eldar is supposed to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and then Chaos is supposed to have 2, 4, 5, 7. Don't count. Yeah, that's right. It's not... You're not supposed to count it, so that's right. Yeah, I mean, he can still at least spend 1 material to get the city, but that's about it. Seems like as if that's how things go. Alright, so it seems like as if it's... So now we're on to round number 7. Boy, oh boy, I honestly thought this game was going to be a quick one, but it seems like as if all these moves and counter moves on the map have definitely taken us for a longer than usual game. Still curious to see what happens next. To be perfectly honest, I really don't think the Eldar can possibly win this battle against Hellbrutes, against 2 Hellbrutes and a Chaos Marine defending the objective. I just don't think that's a viable course of action unless the Eldar start either maybe getting some higher tier units. But yeah, this place definitely looks pretty well defended. And given that Chaos is now the second player, Chaos has the opportunity to obviously just choke the objective by placing a Bastion on top. So there's really not much Eldar can really do at this point. I mean, well, I guess one of the things that Eldar can do is that the factory of Chaos is relatively exposed, but the thing is, Eldar isn't really exactly in any position to take it out, and I kind of feel like as if at this point, conquering the factory seems a little irrelevant, especially considering how there are other more important pieces of real estate that you have to that Eldar has to defend. So let's take a look and see where Eldar is going. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess Eldar could definitely take the third city now and actually go for level 3 combat upgrades. That definitely seems like a pretty viable strategy right now, but it's definitely a little bit. But there could be other options that I'm not seeing for sure. So, yeah, alright, so Chaos is just milling about, just plotting in his little hidey hole somewhere in the Imperium, just looking at the Chaos and just looking at his order tokens, and seems like as if both players are just trying to get a read on the map, trying to figure out what's going on. Eldar doesn't really seem to know what's being figured out. Eldar doesn't seem to be getting anywhere, and it doesn't seem to. Yeah, honestly, like this block of units, just 2 Hellbrutes and a Chaos Marine, just defending it. This, if I had to be kind of honest, I kind of feel like as if this board state looks a lot like a deadlock. There's not really much that. I mean, the problem is, Chaos Eldar is definitely defending this objective by basically blocking off 2 vital access points. They have a bastion and some units over here. Chaos, on the other hand, has more combat upgrades and is defending this system using a block of 3 units. And there's definitely a possibility that Chaos will probably just build some bastions and then just put it up and then just plop it on top. Maybe do some bastion camping. Well, so speaking of that, let's just take a look at the planet count. So then, so far, 2-2, so there's no advantage here. This is basically a 2-1, so that's 1 for Eldar, 2 for Chaos. That shifts to 1 for Chaos. So, actually, believe it or not, based upon planetary control, Chaos is actually winning this game. But Eldar can definitely easily swing it in their favor by just simply taking over another planet. And in that case, Eldar will have a 1 planet control objective. Okay, so this is definitely a pretty interesting first order from Eldar. I'm not exactly sure what Eldar plans on doing. Could it be a city? Could it be a bastion? Could it be a factory in the bastion? Oh, damn it. Hold on. There are some technical issues. Hold on, let me take a look at this. Just need to rejoin for a moment, and then we can see what happens. Oh, God. Yeah, I just have to wait about this. It seems like I just need to, you just disconnected from the game, so I just have to reconnect.
It's back up if you want to reconnect.
So, let's take a look and see what's going on. I'm just reconnecting to the game. I've been booted off. I think both players have been booted off. Well, that's strange. Well, there's an online network problem on my end, or is it? This usually doesn't happen. I mean, there is sometimes a glitch that does occur, but they're usually tractable problems that don't require. Well, this is pretty inconvenient. Well, let's take a look and see if it's possible to rejoin again. Hopefully the server. Okay, oh, there we go. Let's take a look. Hidden stars. Okay, hold on. Just one moment. Yeah, all right. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's take a look and see where that goes. Oh, wow. Well, that's definitely a little bit strange. I don't recall being this... Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Let's take a look. Let's try to connect again. I'll definitely have to send this to a video editor and then just get this part cut out. Okay, so it definitely seems like as if I'm okay, so I've definitely rejoined, but I definitely need to get the... Get Game Master privileges. Okay, that's good, that's good. So, okay, so now we resume with our live broadcasting, We're gonna take a look and see what's going on. So it seems like as if... Okay, so while I was definitely gone, it seems like as if maybe what Chaos is planning on doing is Chaos is probably just planning on just consolidating their position and maybe advancing eastwards towards the Eldar, whereas Eldar definitely appear to be... It's kind of strange. Like, I can definitely see some pretty interesting parallels between the Eldar player here and the way the lore works in Chaos Space in 40k. At first, the Eldar were a powerful, unstoppable, arrogant race, but through a bunch of misplays on their own, they've basically just doomed themselves into oblivion. So, yeah, it seems like as if at this point they're just more or less repeating the same patterns that their civilization has endeared. You know, I mean, as Mark Twain has once said, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it sure as hell does rhyme. So Eldar is going to be getting a cash token and a potential and one other token. I mean, usually it's just strictly better just to get the cash token and the abilities. So let's take a look and see what Eldar is planning on getting. Seems like as if I am going to bet that Eldar might probably get something related to... Could be a reinforcement token. That could definitely be one possibility for sure. So then he's going to he's picking up a cash token and... Oh, it looks like Eldar is picking up a double cash. Alright, so now it's time for Chaos to go next. Let's take a look and see which order token that Chaos reveals. Possibility. I mean, you could probably just reveal this one, but the thing is, like, one of the things I really like about having only one order token in a specific area that's only yours is I like using it to stall or to pass my turn when possible. I just feel like as if sometimes using an open, it basically gives you an additional pass, right? So I do think that Chaos could in fact go for a dominate order, but sometimes one of the other things I also like to do is I also like to reveal a strategize into an advanced order. If all of the order tokens showing on top are my own order tokens, and I'm not necessarily revealing any other potential strategize. I mean, strategizing into an advance is definitely an order. It's definitely an order combo that I generally don't really see. That's definitely a pretty underrated order token timing. So let's take a look and see what Chaos does. So Chaos Okay, so Chaos does in fact reveal a Dominate order, so he's going to be collecting a cash token and a forge token. Collecting a cash token and a forge token. Let's take a look and see where little Billy goes. Okay, so little Billy goes back to the factory over there. And now it's Chaos's turn to go yet again. Let's take a look and see where he goes. Okay, so it looks like so it definitely looks like as if maybe he's probably going to do either one of these or one of these. But let's take a look and see which ones are what Chaos is going to do next. Okay. Okay, so Chaos is going to use a deploy order, and let's take a look and see what the deployer is going to be. I'm going to bet that's probably going to be a Bastion camp on the 2 material planet, and then maybe some... Okay, yeah, it's definitely going to be a Bastion camp. I mean, it's just too good. And then he's probably going to spend material purchasing that. And because he's already maxed out on all of his Hellbrutes, the only other guy he could pick are... So what's it gonna be? I mean, honestly, in this case, I would actually go for the repulsive Grand Cruiser or something of that sort. I mean, at this point, it seems like as if your most viable option when it comes to taking over your last objective is just to basically swat out those 2 annoying little suckers over here. So by doing that, yeah, that's what I more or less would have done. I don't think that... And besides, the other thing, too, about... The other reason why I actually really like this play with the Repulsive Grand Cruiser has a lot to do with the fact that now Eldar has a much harder time breaking this foothold that Chaos will have in this system. Because keep in mind that... Because I think the one fact that sometimes gets a little bit overlooked is keep in mind that your level 2 ships trigger your level 2 combat upgrades and your level 3 combat upgrades. So... yeah, that could definitely be pretty nasty when handled incorrect. So now, Eldar is just pondering what exactly he's gonna do. Okay, so he reveals an advance order, but he's probably just gonna just going to place it on top of his event deck because don't think there's any way you're going to be destroying these 2 anytime soon. So then Chaos responds with using an advance order. So they take the Hellbrute. Okay, this is slightly unexpected. Maybe Chaos is actually going for an economic dominance strategy that probably wasn't Yeah, but I mean, I can understand that. I mean, I do think that it does in fact pan out. Okay, so Chaos rolls 4 dice against Eldar's 2 dice. But I mean, Eldar have only 1 hit point, so I mean, I kind of feel like as if maybe at this point you could probably... Yeah, maybe what you should do is just maybe play a little bit safe, you know. As long as if 1 damage gets through, the Aspect Warriors are just completely toast. Alright, so in the bottom left corner, we have our first boxing contestant who drew a bunch of morale-related cards. In the bottom right corner, we have our next boxing contestant who drew a bunch of, like, bolt guns and stuff. So, yeah, I think they'll probably work. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work out too well. I mean, that 4 health Hellbrute is definitely going to pan out. Okay, this is an interesting decision. I'm not exactly sure if maybe adding a reinforcement token to this area is really necessary. I mean, you have much more powerful unit triggers. Yeah, that seems like the better decision. It seems like as if conserving your reinforcement token for something a little bit more pivotal, such as the city down there, such as any type of battle in the city down there, that probably would have been a little bit more relevant. Okay, so Eldar has played Fire Dragon's Vengeance against, let's take a look and see, against Mark of Tzeentch. So, using Mark of Tzeentch, oh, he's going to play Chaos United instead. Okay, this is actually not a bad move. I can totally see why Chaos United could definitely be a good pick. Maybe he just wants to develop some pieces elsewhere. I could definitely see that happening for sure. Although the problem is, I think that if he brings in the other cultists from the same system, there's a chance that Eldar might in fact attack the factories. So let's take a look and see what he wants to do. It seems like as if Eldar... Okay, so Eldar has definitely routed the Aspect Warrior, and then Chaos declines on choosing anything. So Fire Dragon's Vengeance, unfortunately, doesn't do too much. I mean, I guess it does inflict it inflicts only 2 damage towards the Hellbrute, which is easily tankable, whereas the Hellbrute is able to just basically utterly smash the Aspect Warrior. So yeah, who knows what's happening? It seems like as if what Chaos is doing is they're probably just going for a mixture of planetary lockdown or territorial control. It seems like as if at this point, the only thing Eldar can really do at this point is to probably contest the objective yet again by sending in his 3 stooges, only to maybe just get repeatedly slapped, only just to get repeatedly slapped back. But let's take a look. So Eldar is finally choosing to strategize, which is seems a little bit late, and he's definitely looking at he's definitely going to get some combat upgrades, although like not exactly. Well, we don't know which one is it going to be. Fire Prism actually seems like a pretty okay card. I mean, at the very least, Fire Prism would definitely synergize very well with Wraithguard support. But it seems like as if maybe he just wants to get rid of some cards. So let's see what he does. So he's looking at his cards, and he is swapping out Striking Scorpions for Wave Serpent. I don't know. I'm not sure about that choice. It seems like I mean, under normal circumstances, when you have good positioning and you have a death ball of Falcons with some Tech 1s and some Tech 0s, Fire Prism just absolutely steamrolls over your opponent. But at this point, it just seems like as if the Eldar player has neither of them, so it just doesn't seem... Yeah, it's not exactly I don't think it's the best possible choice for Eldar, so... I don't get it. That's strange. I wonder why he's not spending his cash tokens. This makes very little sense. Okay, well, he is in fact spending a cash token for a factory, but still, next turn... Yeah, I guess it could work. I mean, considering how next turn Eldar goes second, you could plausibly just deploy a giant fat army right there, but at this... And who knows? Maybe Eldar might be able to swing it back in his favor, but it's just not gonna... It's still... The board situation still looks a little bit iffy, you know? I mean, I guess given that decision, there is definitely that possibility for Eldar to do this again. So, again, players have collected their incomes, have collected their respective incomes. There are basically 1, 2, so Eldar has collected 5, no, he has collected 6, and then Chaos has collected 4, 5, 6, 8 material. So that's not too bad. So let's take a look and see what the Eldar does. Oh, and the Eldar get outmaneuvered yet again. Oh my goodness. Wow, this has been one heck of a wild series. I mean, both players just getting the same... Like, what, one card again and again, and then both of them are just, like, using them, and then both of them are just at each other's throats, just constantly using, like, Eldar are just using outmaneuver to try to gain an advantage over Chaos, but Chaos just goes like, no, and then just only, and then just counters it with Seduced by Chaos. Alright, so it looks like as if, Eldar is taking a Warp Storm, moving it over there, which I think is a pretty wise choice, if I had to be honest. And then Chaos is getting touched by the gods. I mean, that's the only place that the other Warp Storm can move, so... Yeah, alrighty then. Okay, it's time for the grand finale. I had not anticipated the game to I had not anticipated that the game would ever last this long, but here we are at round number 8 with the Eldar and Chaos just fighting a back and forth war of attrition with very little end in sight. As soon as one tries to make a move on the other, it just leads and generates it just leads into another. It just starts favoring the other side significantly. Okay, so let's take a look and see what Eldar are doing. So it seems like as if Red Chaos is just ruminating about his next order token choices. He's could consider getting double advance. Or he could be let's take a look and see what's going on here. Okay, so Chaos's first player is he's evaluating the map situation. Yeah, I definitely wonder what the best position, what the optimal move is. I wonder if, I think that as Chaos, I think one of the things that you could do is just maybe play it a little bit safe. You don't necessarily have to necessarily win by objective capture at this point. It seems like as if the better option at this point could probably involve just staying put and doing what you got and just defending your objective correctly. And it seems like as if that's what Chaos is intending to do. He is placing an advanced token first, which is at least one of the advantages that the first player has. He's probably just going to do an advance, like a reactive advance. Defense. So yeah, let's take a look and see how Eldar will react to that. So if you take a look at Eldar, I wonder what Eldar would possibly do, given that Eldar is second. I mean, he could probably go for some additional help. He could still at least try to force the situation and maybe try to at least capture this objective, but it's just that the problem is with his relatively weak concentration. But the problem is, it's just that the Chaos Space Marines just have a much better death ball relative to the Eldar. Not to mention the one reinforcement token located on his map, right? So if you yeah, I don't know. I think that there is still a possibility all things considered, that if the dice go into the favor of the Eldar, it is still possible for Eldar to win in this at this point. But I honestly kind of feel like as if maybe what Chaos should do is just play more conservatively and win via board domination. There's really not much Eldar can do about it. I mean, these two spaces are more or less guaranteed. There's really not too much Eldar can do, and even if the Eldar decide to deploy first using an order token stacking order, the Chaos Space Marines can just respond in time by just piling in from this angle, and then maybe conquering this factory anyways. So it seems like as if Chaos probably has a good advantage when it comes to locking down the board and then just forcing the opponent to just stop, just win via board control, you know? But let's take a look and see how the Eldar goes. Okay, well, you know what I think I should probably do? I think that maybe one good idea that I could probably do is I could probably get some dice which indicate area control. I'm just gonna do it in a non-disruptive manner. So this is basically a color tint. I'm gonna do it on red. Okay, hey, what's going on? Oh, there we go. This one is color tint yellow, and okay, yeah, whatever, close enough. Well, Eldar suck anyway, so it's okay to get a bad one. Okay, I'm just gonna enlarge the dice. Just gonna use them to keep track of the planets. Okay, so Eldar have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planets. Okay, that's good. Try to make the dice a little bit large. And then Chaos has 2, 4, 6, 8 planets. So Chaos is now leading by 8 to 5 based upon the current positioning. From 8 to 5 when it comes to that. You know what I think I could probably do? I think that maybe the other thing I would probably consider doing is maybe add some green dice representing material income. So, yeah, I mean, so far, Chaos has control of 8 rolls relative to Eldar's 5. So, yeah, I mean, Eldar's definitely going to need quite a few swings. They'll definitely need to swing 2 planets in order to win the game. Although, given Chaos's current situation, Chaos could probably just do plenty of counter swings in order to do the same, in order to win back said planets, right? So it doesn't exactly look like it's the best possible, yeah. It seems like as if Chaos just plays his cards right, no pun intended, Chaos will probably just win this game at the end of it. Okay. So let's take a look and see what happens. Alright. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess the other variable you should consider is Eldar's outmaneuver, right? I mean, if you have outmaneuver, then I think there is definitely a possibility for Eldar to maybe do a double swing in terms of planetary control, if that's what Eldar is aiming for as its alternative win con. Although it seems like as if maybe doing a double swing while preventing Chaos from doing the same is probably Eldar's best possible situation, best possible route at this point. So it seems like as if both players are basically doing a double stack, doing a double stack in their respective strongholds, so to speak. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you know, I think maybe Chaos is actually doing okay. He's just playing it conservatively, and now Eldar has to do his final order token. Oh, no, okay, well, this is actually pretty bad. I mean, at this point, I think it's just mathematically... Well, I don't think it's mathematically impossible for Eldar to win, but if Eldar is aiming for territorial control or territorial swing, then the only thing yes, it would be mathematically impossible. The only thing Eldar can really do at this point is to probably just make some bravado, is to probably maybe just go back into, is to maybe just take the Three Stooges, go out on a final bravado before they just become canceled entirely. But we're just gonna have to take a look and see how Eldar goes. I definitely do think that, at the very least at this point, my bets are definitely on Chaos, for sure. So we're going to take a look at this and see how it plays out. Is there like a rules clarification? Okay, so it does appear that Eldar is in fact going for the final. It's gonna fight the final showdown, regardless of how bad it might possibly be. But let's take regardless of what the outcome might be. I honestly think that maybe that's probably the only real viable option at this point. So let's take a look and see how the Eldar will fight the final Shaolin showdown. But of course, Chaos goes first. Oh, okay, of course. Well, I mean, if Chaos begins to strategize at this point and maybe pick up Inhuman Strength, I just don't think there's very much that Eldar can do. Like, his combat deck is just down by so much material, and considering that Chaos, and not only that, but considering that Chaos already has quite a few combat triggers in addition to the reinforcement token and Seduced by Chaos, I really doubt that Eldar stands any chance of truly winning this at all. It's not exactly the... Yeah, I mean, I think at this point I really do think that Eldar should just call GG, but let's just take a look and see what Eldar does. So then Eldar decides to use a deploy order to purchase... Let's see what he's getting. Well, I mean, he can't get his big ship. Okay, well, he's finally getting a Falcon, which is... seems like it's a little bit... It's too little too late at this point. I mean, if he had gotten the Falcon a little bit earlier by maybe getting some cash tokens and some forge tokens, that could have made a difference, but at this point, it's probably not gonna cut it. Well, I mean, I guess the one thing that he could do is that Eldar could, in fact, dominate and maybe teleport to the city over here, because the city does have at least one supply cap. And then once when the city is done, is finished doing that, and then once when he's done teleporting the Falcon, he could probably just do the Eldar Death Ball to conquer this specific area. So that's, you know what, I can definitely see some hope for Eldar, even if it might seem a little bit faint. So alright, okay, so now with this battle, there is a potential shift in territorial control in favor of Chaos. So let's take a look and see what Chaos is doing. So Eldar rolls 4 dice against Chaos's 8 dice. Okay, so Eldar will not really be hitting Chaos anytime soon, unless if Chaos decides to... Chaos performs some attack boosting upgrades. Now, keep in mind that in this battle, there are no Wraithguard nor any Wave Serpents, so he's a little out of luck with his combat draw right now. But then if you take a look at Chaos has a bunch of juicy cards, which could just absolutely kick him. Just slice and dice an Eldari. At least Yep, that's right. Okay, so with the combat card, the Eldar is going to open up with a Wave Serpent, but I just don't think it's going to be doing very much, especially against Chaos's Inhuman Strength. So Chaos opens up with an Inhuman Strength, but can't gain either die because he's already maxed out. He might consider destroying his cultist, and yes, he does in fact destroy a cultist in order to get 4 bolt guns worth a disgusting quantity of bolt guns for the combat. So now Chaos has at least 4, 7, 9 offense against the Wave Serpent. Now the Wave Serpent could potentially get up to 4 defense, and he could probably gain 3 defense icons, unless if he spends a morale. But of course, Chaos will spend the morale die. So then that's basically 3, 7, 9 damage against 6. Okay, that's just overkill. The Bastion and the Aspect Warrior have both connected to Yneid's Wi-Fi, so there's just no way that would survive. Okay, so with that out of the way, the territorial control shifts in favor of Chaos too. Hold on, rules infraction, I gotta say that. Bastion got destroyed. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I'll probably just use the chat box. So yeah, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay. Again, the other thing you should probably do is that, like, if I'm getting any of the quantities wrong, like if you notice anything wrong about the trackers or anything of that sort, you should probably I strongly recommend maybe just DMing me via Discord, and then I'll just make any corrections right away. So it seems like as if maybe... I wonder what they're doing right now. Are they calling it? Seems like as if... Okay, so... No, it doesn't seem like as if he's calling it. It seems like as if maybe he's just preparing for the final Shallon Showdown with a Dominate Order. And of course I think it's definitely sensible to get a reinforcement token, to collect a reinforcement token. Alright, so it seems like as if the Eldar are just moseying over there just to maybe crush the Chaos Space Marine. Okay, alright, ladies, gentlemen, and filthy Xenos. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. It's the final showdown of the final turn. Boy, am I privileged to cast this game. You know what? I think I'll probably just, Okay, yeah, whatever. Definitely helps setting it up a bit. Alrighty then. So, we have 5 Eldari units versus 4 Chaos units, but keep in mind, but I don't know, I honestly kind of feel like as if Chaos could still probably win this one, especially because of Seduced by Chaos. But let's take a look and see what's going on, you know? You never really know what could happen. And of course, obviously, both sides are bringing in both of their reinforcement tokens. The Eldari have drawn Wave Serpent, Wraithguard Support, Fire Dragons, Wind Avengers, and Wraithguard Advance. Now, there is a possibility that maybe Eldar could go for an offensive-oriented strategy, but then again, Chaos's combat hand looks pretty darn strong, especially with the likes of Demonic Resilience, Chaos United, and Human Strength. And you know what? Come to think of it, I actually think that there's actually a pretty interesting combo I'd like to point out. Like, one interesting combo I'd like to zoom in on this is Chaos United with Inhuman Strength. When you play Chaos United, you can basically teleport another cultist from any other place, or even a Chaos Marine, depending on how edgy you want to be, and then after playing Chaos United, you can then follow up with Inhuman Strength to sack the unit that you just teleported. Hopefully it was a cultist if that's what you plan on doing. And once you're able to do that, you can basically just slaughter a lot of units. So now that I think of it, maybe Inhuman Strength actually does have a place in a Chaos Space Marine deck after all. You just need to have the correct setup and just make sure that you're using things correctly. Alright, so it seems like as if Eldar are going to be playing Wave Serpent against Chaos's Chaos United. So then Eldar leads in with a Wave Serpent charging ahead on this going at its spearhead, rolling 1 die, but he can't really gain additional dice this turn. He can gain 3 defense die. He can gain 3 defense unless the opponent spends a morale die, but I'm not exactly sure, but I don't think he's going to do that. I think maybe he's probably just going to go with the defense dice. So then Chaos... Okay, so it seems like as if Eldar are definitely getting the 3 defense. On the other hand, Chaos is definitely is revealing Chaos United. So obviously, I don't think this would necessarily apply. And then because he has 1 reinforcement token, he's going to shove in. He's going to teleport a Chaos Marine from this part of the map, which is relatively irrelevant at this point. So now, at this point, no one is dealing any damage to each other. They both... Oh, no, wait, actually... Yes, Eldar does in fact deal 1 damage and routes the Chaos Reinforcement token. And now it's time for round 2. Now, Eldar doesn't really have a second Wave Serpent, so usually one of the things that I like to do is if I suspect that my opponent has a power play, I usually like to bait it out and then maybe play a soft counter or a hard counter against the counterplay, and then once when the card is finally out and then the 1 turn effects have been resolved, I might consider opening up with a left hook or with a left jab in order to get that. So it appears that Chaos is probably going to play the second copy of Chaos United because, again, it's just like you're just getting so much morale out of it. Now, Eldar is kind of low on options. He only has Fire Dragon's Vengeance or Wraithguard support, but neither of them are really all that... Well, I guess Wraithguard support might actually work to some extent, but I mean, Chaos United will then force Eldar to either rout one of his units or to gain him one defense. So, I don't know. Well, it looks like as if Red might... Okay, so it looks like as if Red is probably just gonna be slightly conservative. He's probably not going for Chaos United, and it seems like the Eldar are gonna play Wraithguard Advance, which I honestly think is probably the best option at this point. So they can't do any of the... So they can only convert dice into offense and quash a morale die, but I mean, the thing is, if you have Demonic Resilience, it's like, well, why would that matter at that point, right? So, right now, Eldar has a morale of 10. No, wait, hold on. Gotta make sure that I get my stuff right. Oh, no. The Falcons have 3 morale. So they basically have 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 morale against 3, 6, 8, 10 base morale. And then when you modify that, comes a little bit more. Okay, so it seems like as if Eldar is probably trying to make a push towards Wraithguard by turning all the Vulcans in hopes of maybe routing ward units, but Chaos responds with a Demonic Resilience, in turn gaining either 1 defense or 1 morale. Let's take a look and see what Nurgle's special little kid over here is wanting to do. And then now he has to gain either 4 defense or destroy one of his units. I mean, either way, it's good for him. I mean, well, let's take a look at this. I mean, he has 3, 5, 6 defense against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, okay, so he does in fact destroy his reinforcement token, so that's basically -2 morale, but then at the same time, he does in fact, Chaos does in fact suffer some damage. Now, Chaos actually deals 5 damage against the Eldar's force, so Eldar have to take 1 damage. Hopefully they'll be able to see. Alrighty then, so then that's basically 4, 5. Yeah. So Eldar do in fact have to take 1 damage. So again, that's a -2 more. That's basically a +2 morale swing, and swinging the morale at least by 2 in Chaos's favor. So seems like as if Yellow is pontificating which one he's gonna damage. Decisions. I mean, if it was me, I would probably just damage the Wraithguard because they just have the same things. But yeah, well, this is not gonna. I mean, if you route a Wraithguard, you could just use Command of the Autarch to just rally one of your to just simply rally your Wraithguard back while playing Wraithguard support. But it seems like as if yeah. Okay, so it seems like as if maybe the Eldar player is overlooking the fact that he's... Oh, okay, I see. He's taking 1 damage. Signing damage. So let's take a look and see what's going on. So it seems like as if... Because the thing is, I mean, you have 5 bulk guns versus his 4 defense. He has to... Oh, okay. Well, it seems like as if Eldar is definitely thinking about his damage. I mean, I kind of feel like as if at this point, the best way to... It seems like as if maybe the Wraithguard is just the best option, right? Because it's 2 morale. Okay, that's good. Alright, so with that out of the way, we will move on to the second round of combat. So it seems like as if in this round of combat, Chaos is definitely going to be playing Mark of Tzeentch for the morale boost. I mean, he's already locked behind a good number of shields. So he basically has 3, 5, 6 shields against Eldar's 2 guns at the moment. But I mean, the thing is, like, Mark of Tzeentch does allow you to shuffle your dice around, so if Eldar opens up with offense, then he can just shuffle defense. So let's take a look at this. Okay, that's an interesting choice. So, oh wait, never mind. So it's actually Eldar. So the thing is, he gets Fire Dragon's Vengeance, he gets 2 bulk guns, and then he gains 2 defense, which is honestly not too bad. So now Eldar is getting 2, 3, 4, 8, 10 bolt guns versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, he's doing that old the Tzeentch switcheroo. Let's take a look and see what he's getting. Because the thing is, as it stands right now, he's 6 defense, so then if he suffers 4 damage, he's basically going to have to tank it on the Hellbrute. So, yeah, that's basically it. So that's basically 4 guns, 4, 8, 10. Guns minus 6. So, as it stands, he does, if he shuffles the die into the Hellbrute, if he shuffles the die into defense, he does have to kill a unit, but I mean... Okay, it looks like as if that's probably what he's going to do. So then he's going to do that, and then he's going to... Oh, why would you route the Hellbrute, man? Like, this is combat resolution, but... Oh, do you not read your statistics sheet? You have like 3 morale on your Hell Brutes and 2 morale on your Chaos Marines, but I guess at this point it doesn't really matter because, well, you have Seduced by Chaos. Like, Seduced by Chaos, maybe Red is just trolling. Maybe Chaos is just trolling. It's like, well, I don't really care what you have. You're just dead anyways. So, yeah, alright, so the Shaolin Showdown wins with Chaos, and as a result of the game, it is now you have your winner for the second round of the GSL Open Cup. No, I'm just kidding. It's not as cool as the GSL, but hopefully you'll get there. I'll get there. Sure it will. So let's take a look and see what happens next. I mean, Eldar does have the opportunity to bombard, but I mean, Chaos could just do a double deploy and then just be a jerk, get some bastion, do some bastion camping, and then when he does it in advance, well, there's no more to that. All right, so there we have it. Your final winner for this for the second round of the Forbidden Stars tournament is Telegos. So yeah, and he wins by territorial control. All right, I bid you a fair. Yeah, all right. You guys are more than welcome to stay around if you want a player victory. Yes, indeed, it's Chaos victorious. Chaos victorious. Chaos obviously has to win. There's no way to possibly lose. So, yeah, all right. Well, if you guys want to stick around, I might definitely consider interviewing the players themselves, but if not, you guys are more than welcome to leave at this point. Alrighty then. Okay, guys, so time for post-game interview. I'm just gonna have to do because I like doing this stuff. My goodness, casting this game was way more challenging than I thought it was gonna be. Because I think the thing is, whenever people cast something like StarCraft, they never do it for like 4 hours, in a row, or even for that long. I mean, you have to have insane stamina in order to cast a strategy game with a lot of downtime. And honestly, this is my very first time doing this. I think one of the things that I do whenever I try to cast games, or I try to make things interesting, is whenever there's downtime between players when they're thinking, is I usually like to give my own takes about the situation. But anyways, this interview should be about you guys and not about you, and not about me specifically. So yeah, so let's begin with some questions. So what do you think were the most memorable moments of this game? What for either one of you, besides the Chaos victorious at the end for Chaos?
Drawing seduced by Chaos like 4 times.
Insane.
Yeah.
And outmaneuvering 3 times was good as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely noticed that. I mean, you were definitely there was definitely a lot of back and forth. And honestly, that Seduced by Chaos won so many pivotal battles. It was definitely it was definitely a clutch card for sure, right? So this was definitely an interesting game to cast. There was definitely a lot more surprises and turns that I hadn't anticipated. You know, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I do think that if Eldar did in fact capture the Chaos Factory early on, it could have just been GG for Chaos, but Chaos just stuck it out and said, well, you know, I'm just going to do some sneaky stuff here, some sneaky stuff there, and then, well, I win by territorial control. So what got you interested into this in the first place? Like, where do you, like, if you guys had to, say, replay this game with similar map setups or with similar order tokens, like, what do you think you guys would have done differently, starting with Chaos, because Chaos is victorious?
I should have put this tile over this side. All the time I was fighting through a redundant system that I didn't need to get to my token, I was thinking, what a mistake. Should have built that galaxy so I could get more easy access to it.
Now, just as another question, what do you think about the placement of your map tile, especially near the center? Do you think that putting your factory in the center of the map was justified, or do you think, or now that you've played this game, do you think that that you could have seen a better move for as far as map deployment is concerned? I just like discussing this because obviously a lot of people, map deployment still confuses the heck out of a lot of people. So I just like adding a bit more value. So what do you think in terms of that.
I don't think Chaos are mobile enough to play the long end-to-end game. I think Eldar can. They're much better at it.
Right.
So I knew I wanted to be up close and in the fight early.
I guess that's definitely true. Although I think that one of the biggest concerns I sometimes have with middle factories is a lot of good players will usually just exploit that to just basically to generate a lot of forcing moves. So then you're basically forced to play defense, to play a little bit defensively. And on top of that, like, I mean, maybe this is not exactly the most relevant conversation, but I remember one time someone played Space Marines and then they basically did a double stack on turn 1, and then I was able to take it over. So, okay, well, that's definitely an interesting try. I mean, there's definitely a lot about the map setup that's still pretty nuanced. And you, Eldar, what do you think you could have done differently when it comes to map setup, or were you content with what you with your?
Well, I definitely got seduced by Chaos by playing the tiles in the middle. But I chose it because I knew it was going to mean an open game. I know it strategically for Eldar it's not the best that they can do, but with so many voids, I felt there was an opening. So maybe be more conservative next time. But
that's an interesting point. Now, one of the things I was a little bit that I found a little bit questionable, and this is just something that I really didn't know that I kind of fixated on for a good chunk of the cast was placing the Chaos objective token right on this spot. Like, what was your justification for placing it over here as opposed to over here? I just want to know, because that's
my rationale was I prefer to put it when you start as an Eldar, it's almost impossible to avoid bridges, and so I'd rather put it on two skulls planet to create like how you say the top bottleneck for the units, and it tends to be more defensible, but right from turn 1 we exchange basically our tokens. So
yeah, I think one of the things that I like to pay attention to when it comes to map deployment is I think that type of map deployment would be a little bit more justified in, say, if you're fighting against orcs who have a relatively low die count, right? I mean, if you're fighting against orcs, they roll like 4 dice per combat, but Chaos can generate quite a few dice as well. So I don't know. I mean, for me, I know that like one thing that a lot of expert players do, and I'm not trying to like talk shit or anything of that sort, but I noticed that like a lot of players really like placing the objective tokens on the less valuable planet because
I see your point.
Because the problem is, like, when you lost this objective token, you're basically giving him a victory point and it's creating
material. And two material.
Yeah, whereas if it was over here, then given the map setup, you could have actually defended this part pretty easily. So I was just kind of wondering, I mean, I think it's important to just like take a moment to reflect. So now the other thing I would also like to talk about with you guys is how did you guys approach the? Okay, yeah, go on.
To Eldar defense, they had no idea what the map setup was going to be when they placed that tile, and I clustered around the objective I'd got. That they had no idea that there was going to be so much chaos so close to that objective.
Right.
From the start.
Although I guess the other thing too is you could probably argue that if you place it over here, Chaos could have probably swarmed that objective anyways, but you wouldn't be losing income like a 4 income swing, right? So there's definitely that. Now the other question I want to ask you guys is how did you guys approach the combat cards? Like, do you try to evaluate the board and then see what the best combat card is, or do you just have a kind of like a preset notion as to what the combat cards you're going to pick based mostly on faction matchup?
Do you want to go first, Pierre?
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can go first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, with Eldar, I'm preset. I always do the Westguard advance and support upgrades. I made a mistake. I should have done the advance before the support. It was I intended to pick the advance and I confused it with the support, but that was one of the main mistakes because on the first games, first couple turns, it would have changed definitely some stuff.
No,
So
absolutely.
you,
That's definitely what I mentioned as well. Because the thing is, obviously, against chaos, chaos Wraithguard advance, it just puts chaos into such a weird pickle. Because on the one hand, they have to get rid of their morale dice or route a unit, and either outcome is not good for chaos. Because like chaos is just gonna because so many of chaos's ability require you to have morale dice. So
exactly, yeah.
right.
So that was basically that was one of the major mistakes at the beginning of the game for me. One of the three, but probably the most serious because it affected so many fights. We fought so much.
Right, absolutely. And you, Chaos Victorious.
I just love getting free stuff. So the ability to generate free cultists through Slaanesh and free Marines through Tzeentch. I love those. And my favourite is when you get a reinforcement token, a routed reinforcement token, and turn it into a stood up Chaos Space Marine.
Oh
That
yeah,
is-
absolutely. I absolutely love doing that as well. Although I have actually found that whenever you face off against Eldar with Wraithguard Advance, it can definitely be a bit. It's. I've seen people just counter it really hard with Wraithguard Advance. But I guess one of the things that I like to do is I like to just like bait out certain cards that I know will counter really good plays, and then after I bait them out, I just slap it down, right? But yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, Mark of Tzeentch is definitely an interesting one. Well, good luck on the next round of contestants. Telegoes.
Every time I thought the Fire Dragons were brilliant. Every time I put out Demonic Resilience, it was met with Fire Dragon. Every time. Like,
yeah, but I mean, at least you still get 3 defense icons, so you're not losing.
Yeah, but you had the upper end with the upgrades, so
oh yeah,
it made a difference. Yeah, because even if, that's what's so good with Demonic Resilience. You get at least 2, but you can get 3 shields solid. So it's really
still
good card.
pretty powerful. And not only that, but the other thing too is that I think one of the things I actually noticed in this game that was a little bit of a recent realization is I actually realized that Chaos United and Inhuman Strength is actually a pretty decent combo because you can just simply use Chaos United to bring in a cultist, like an expendable cultist from a backwater planet that you don't care about anymore, and then just sack him for 4 guns the very next turn. It's something that I haven't really considered doing, but it's definitely up there. Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. And you know what? I think that for the next cast, I'm probably going to show Planetary Control because I think it's just better for the spectators. And of course, obviously, it makes it easier for. It also takes care of the bookkeeping for you guys.
The other mode, the mode that is recommended by default, I didn't know this mode, but it's there's an option to show it. So it's
okay. Well, I guess maybe I could probably do some casting on that mod instead. Okay. Well,
so maybe if you're casting next time, maybe offer the guys who play to use this mode, and you'll get Planetary Control visually. Actually.
Yeah. Well, I should be able to get Game Master privileges even on the other mods as well. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I mean, Chaos is definitely victorious. You just. Yeah,
yes, I mean, congratulations for the win, Mike, and thanks for the coverage, Master Yan.
Alrighty,
brilliant
then.
fun.
Yes, you're very welcome indeed. Alrighty then. I guess I'll just stop the recording now and then just post it. Hopefully just get a video editor to cut out all the crappy parts because look, this is a long
it was
game.
long. It was long, yeah.
It's a long
Cheers.
game. This is not an easy game to cast. Like, it's not like... I mean, I know that a lot of medium-length board games, such as maybe, like, PAX Premier or anything of that sort, it's a lot easier. Okay, you know what? I'll probably just, like, stop the recording right now.